Order!
Please be seated. Good afternoon, colleagues. Please join me in thanking the Yellowknife's Dene First Nation drummers for the opening of our sitting today. Colleagues, it was a long, difficult summer. Many residents were displaced for weeks, Wildfires breached community boundaries, people lost their homes and businesses. Frontline responders worked for weeks, fighting back wildfires right on the doorstep of our communities. I want to thank everyone who worked to protect our territory this summer and continue this important work as we meet here today. Natural disasters take a toll on all of us, physically, mentally, and emotionally. While the wildfire season is not over, we are emerging from the most critical stages. We must recover from this natural disaster together. Do what Northerners do best and help one another. Be kind, be patient. We still have to face the road ahead. Since our last sitting, 2 former members of the Legislative Assembly, Robert Sayan and Tommy Inoaruk, have passed. Mr. Sayan was born in Port Resolution and elected to the Legislative Assembly in 1979. He worked tirelessly for his community, serving as chief, sub-chief, and councillor, in addition to many other roles. He is missed by his wife, children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren. Mr. Inoaruk was elected to the Legislative Assembly in 1995 for the people of Baffin Central. A well-known community leader and author, he is missed by his wife, Elizabeth, and 6 children. I would also like to acknowledge the passing of Rowan Waters, the Northwest Territories Equal Pay Commissioner. Ms. Waters had an extensive career with the N.W.T and voluntary service. The N.W.T is fortunate to have been a recipient of her exemplary work ethic and dedication. She is dearly missed by her husband and family. I would also like to take this time to acknowledge all the people who have passed on from all constituencies across the N.W.T. Our sympathy and condolences go out to those who are grieving. Members, this is the final sitting of the 19th Assembly. As members, we have navigated COVID-19 global pandemic, self-isolation, and the impact this has had on our communities. We have responded to economic downturns, we have evacuated communities from flooding, and we continue to manage emergency response to fires today. If there's anything we have learned with this unprecedented last 4 years as members, is how we get the job done in the face of uncertainty. Members, this is our last sitting to enact legislation and pass the capital budget. I ask all members to stay focused on the task ahead of us, to get the work done efficiently this week so we can all go back to support our constituents across the N.W.T. Colleagues, please join me in welcoming our pages to the Chamber. It is an honor to share this space with our youth. I would also like to welcome our interpreters back to the Assembly and thank them for their work. Our languages are vital to us as Northerners. They tie us to our culture and to our land and to one another. Masi. During this sitting, I am honored that we will be able to provide interpretation into the following languages: Dene Sulanayate, Iniviyaluktan, Dene Kede, Dene Yate, N.W.T, and French. Now, colleagues, it is my duty to advise the House that I have received 2 messages from the Commissioner of the Northwest Territories. The first letter reads, "Dear Mr. Speaker, I wish to advise that I assent to the following bills. Bill 97, an act to postpone polling day for the 2023 general election. Bill 99, Supplementary Appropriation Act, Operation Expenditures Number 2, 2023-2024. Yours truly, Margaret M. Tom, Commissioner." The second letter reads, "Dear Mr. Speaker, I wish to advise that I recommend to the Legislative Assembly of the Northwest Territories the passage of Supplementary Appropriation Act, Operation Expenditures Number 3, 2023-2024, during the second session of the 19th Legislative Assembly. Yours truly, Margaret M. Tom." Thank you, colleagues. Minister statements. Minister statements. Madam Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to welcome my colleagues back to the House for the final session of the 19th Legislative Assembly. Many of us have been through at least one evacuation since we last met in person, and I'm grateful that you're all safe. For many residents of the N.W.T, you've recently returned home from a very long evacuation. Some residents have lost homes and businesses. For students, this is yet another disruption to their school year. Well, it's tradition for the Premier to deliver a final sessional statement to recap and celebrate the accomplishments of their government. Today, I want to start by celebrating the residents and communities for their unending resilience in the face of so much adversity. To Hay River and the Acknowledgements First Nation in particular, I see the hardship created by repeated evacuations due to both floods and fires. Words cannot express my admiration for you. This is the kind of resilience that makes me proud to live in the Northwest Territories. Mr. Speaker, I want to acknowledge the tragic passing of firefighter N.W.T from Fort Liard. Adam lost his life this summer while protecting his community from wildfire. Adam was passionate about his work as a firefighter, and we will honor his sacrifice with a scholarship in his name. We often forget that first responders put themselves at risk every day in the critical work they do, and it is important to express our gratitude for their dedication to this work. I am very thankful to all first responders and the firefighters who, like Adam, take pride in their work and commit to it fully despite the risk. Against the odds, we have demonstrated resilience by working together through a series of adversities. This is a testament to the passion of all members with whom I have had the pleasure to serve over the last 4 years. I want to thank everyone in this chamber for the countless hours they have spent supporting and advocating for their constituents. We have faced many challenges during the life of this Legislative Assembly. On February 7, 2020, I tabled the new mandate of the government to the Northwest Territories. Just over a month later, the first wave of COVID-19 hit the territory. It's hard to believe such a globally significant event now seems like a distant memory, even after it profoundly shaped nearly every aspect of the Legislative Assembly. We faced unprecedented flooding for 2 years in a row, which destroyed homes, cabins, businesses, and other infrastructure in multiple communities. These floods were followed a year later by a catastrophic 2023 wildfire season in which over 4 million hectares of the territory has burned, and the season is not over yet. Frontline workers and emergency management personnel across the territory have been tested time and time again over the life of this Legislative Assembly. They often work incredibly long hours for the benefit of residents, and I'd like to thank them for their dedication to public service. First responders have been with us every step of the way, from the pandemic to natural disasters. As this year's wildfire season stretches into a 6th month, I want to thank them for the amazing work they do each and every day. I'd also like to thank our neighboring provinces and territories who welcomed 2/3 of the territory's population during the recent wildfire evacuations. Thank you to all the Indigenous, federal, provincial, territorial, and community governments that provided support during this very challenging time. I also want to acknowledge the many volunteers who provided meals, supported families, and did everything from giving rides to offering a place to stay. Finally, I want to extend my gratitude to the Alberta Emergency Management Agency for offering their assistance and expertise and for helping to coordinate with other agencies across the province. Mr. Speaker, during the life of this government, my cabinet colleagues and I have been committed to serving the people of the Northwest Territories. While our decisions have not always been popular, they have always been made with integrity and with the goal of building a better future for us all. This government's mandate reflected the 22 priorities set by all members of the Legislative Assembly. I'm pleased to advise members that despite numerous challenges, this government has fulfilled 77% of our mandate commitments. Another 13% are in progress, 9% have been delayed, and less than 1% have been discontinued. Later today, I'll table the final progress report on the government's mandate, which contains more detail about each of the completed commitments. Since it was tabled in February 2020, the N.W.T has initiated and carried out many significant actions in support of the mandate in key areas, including strengthening relationships with Indigenous governments and advancing reconciliation, providing improved social, economic, and governance supports for N.W.T communities and residents, and implementing efforts to grow, diversify, and sustain our economy and strengthen climate change action. As a government, we work closely with our colleagues, partners, and residents to make notable progress on the promises we made back in 2020. We've advanced our initiatives despite significant adversity. I am particularly proud of how well we adapted and continue to prioritize the health and well-being of the residents and communities of the territory. Mr. Speaker, while the mandate set out the broad strokes of what we wanted to achieve during the 19th Legislative Assembly, it is not the only way to measure this government's success. Supported by incredible public service, we have so much to be proud of. During my time as Premier, I have spoken at length about the importance of relationship building and partnerships. In their mandate letters, I set the expectation that every minister must foster constructive and respectful government-to-government relationships with Indigenous partners and seek ways to advance reconciliation, recognize and affirm Aboriginal rights, and support expanded program and service delivery by Indigenous governments. I'm especially proud of the work we've done with Indigenous governments. We've furthered land and self-government negotiations. We have removed the requirement for Indigenous governments to meet core principles and objectives, and we have published our negotiating mandates for clarity and transparency. We also established the Northwest Territories Council of Leaders, an example of meaningful collaboration between leaders from across the Northwest Territories. And this is a table at which the government of the Northwest Territories is just one voice among many. The creation of this table has allowed us to strengthen programs and services, including working together to tackle our housing crisis, to respond to the calls for justice for missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, and to develop the proposed United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples legislation, which I hope to see passed this session. This government has been focused on improving the health and well-being of all residents. We've made changes to income assistance to better serve residents. We've increased the number of public housing units and implemented a housing strategic renewal framework. There are more supports than ever to help seniors age in place. Significant progress has been made towards building a wellness and recovery centre in Yellowknife, and mental health services are undergoing an important transformation to ensure that residents can access them in their time of need. Earlier this year, the government of the Northwest Territories also released the territory's alcohol strategy, which lays out concrete steps to address alcohol-related harms through policy, education, public safety, communications, and treatment initiatives. As part of the long-term commitment to primary health care reform, we've seen the creation of integrated care teams in Fort Smith, Fort Good Hope, and Yellowknife to ensure residents have access to care with the right provider and can build relationships to enhance continuity of care. The Child and Family Services Quality Improvement Plan is helping the government make real progress on delivering culturally safe programs and services to all residents, including those most vulnerable. Mr. Speaker, I'm also very proud of the homelessness strategy that's been completed during my time as Premier. This work was done collaboratively with partners in the nonprofit sector and looks for realistic solutions to challenges. Not only does this strategy set a goal to increase the number of housing units, including transitional housing, it also highlights the need to integrate the delivery of various services to ensure we focus on clients and their needs, as well as their hopes and aspirations. I look forward to seeing the progress of implementing this strategy in the next government. We've also made great strides in how we address public safety. The pandemic was a wake-up call for governments around the world, and we learned from our response and from the response of others, and used those lessons to inform how we respond to other emergencies like wildfire and flooding. Excuse me, Mr. Speaker. The Government of the Northwest Territories Emergency Management Organization, or EMO, has been put to the test on multiple occasions over the last 4 years, most recently during this year's wildfire season. Lessons learned have resulted in continuous improvement, such as the addition of regional EMO staff and updates to the N.W.T's disaster assistance policy. Mr. Speaker, the N.W.T is experiencing the effects of climate change up to 4 times faster than the rest of the world, and this has been top of mind in decision-making for this government. In addition to completing several climate change-related mandate commitments, I want to highlight the government to the N.W.T's Capital Asset Retrofit Fund, which is now self-sufficient and will result in reduced greenhouse gas emissions, including a reduction of over 17,000 tons by the end of the fiscal year. I'm very happy to share that $3.75 million of annual utility savings will go towards funding 100% of next year's Capital Asset Retrofit Fund. In the last 4 years, our government has overseen the completion of several major capital projects, including the Clecho Highway, Eclos in Yellowknife, the N.W.T high-powered wind turbine project, the Hay River Fish Plant, and various highway improvement projects. Further, we've successfully operated and maintained hundreds of government assets, from buildings to highways, to ensure important services could continue to be available despite some exceptionally difficult circumstances. With the creation of the Department of Environment and Climate Change, we've also seen improvement in how this government coordinates and makes decisions on land and natural resource management. The updated Healthy Land, Healthy People work plan scopes out the future for protected and conserved areas, and the participant funding program provides long-term, secure funding to establish and maintain protected and conserved areas. We've also seen the creation of protected and conserved areas, including the Ideshe National Wildlife Area, the Sudenilin Tuyenta Indigenous and Territorial Protected Areas, and the Satu Kaonwe Indigenous Protected and Conserved Area. Collaboration on Public Land Act regulations through the Intergovernmental Council on Land and Resource Management Legislative Development Protocol is also a transformative approach for how, as a government, we work on legislation. On the education and training front, I'm very proud of the work of our education system and of the hard-working educators across the territory who adapted to the challenging circumstances of the pandemic and pivoted to an online learning model to allow students to continue their studies at home. In fact, this year, N.W.T schools have once again adapted to change as they begin to pilot curriculum from British Columbia, which is open to Northwest Territories' Indigenous ways and will appropriately challenge students while supporting key learning for life. Mr. Speaker, I also want to highlight the incredible work that's been done to advance Indigenous language programming in our schools. In particular, the Mentor Apprenticeship Program helps apprentices increase their ability to understand and speak their language by living life in their language. This government's worked hard to support businesses, including continuing to promote the importance of the resource sector and the significant opportunities it holds, as well as undertaking the long-awaited procurement review. Private industry is a cornerstone of our economy, and we have been working hard to cut red tape and support entrepreneurs. I recognize that more is needed to enable government support for businesses during emergencies, and it is my hope that this will be top of mind for the next government. Mr. Speaker, we made significant changes to the way the government of the Northwest Territories does businesses. We want to take this opportunity to again thank all members of the Legislative Assembly, residents, businesses, community leaders, stakeholders, and all budget dialogue participants for their input in developing the government of the Northwest Territories budgets during the 19th Legislative Assembly. The 2023-2024 budget has been challenged by the dramatically increased costs of this year's wildfire season. As a result, our operating surplus is expected to drop from a projected $178 million to about $5 million. This drop in operating surplus is expected in the current fiscal year only and is not expected to persist in future years. However, the N.W.T will likely run a deficit in 2023-24 when our capital expenditures are considered. The fiscal outlook is stable, despite these large expenditure shocks, partly because Canada will provide disaster relief funding. Under the Disaster Financial Assistance Arrangement in the coming years, the N.W.T may recoup up to 90% of evacuation and rebuilding costs incurred during the 2023 wildfire season. Normally, this can take several years, but we're negotiating with Canada to advance some of this money sooner. The federal government has been receptive to this idea and is considering it. The stable outlook is also due to right-sizing the capital budget this fiscal year to reflect the capacity to complete infrastructure projects which improve the cash balance and debt outlook. Additionally, strengthening the fiscal responsibility policy so that N.W.T total borrowing is more closely linked to the federally imposed borrowing limit helps maintain the stable outlook. So while this might be a challenging year, our overall fiscal situation will remain relatively stable over the next few years, and we do not anticipate reaching the federal debt limit in the near term. Mr. Speaker, during my time as Premier, I have tirelessly advocated for the Northwest Territories to receive appropriate funding from the Government of Canada. I've been especially vocal in the last year, particularly in the media and at various meetings of Canada's premiers. Most recently, I have been clear that this has been a record-setting wildfire season for the Territory, including an extraordinary financial cost, and we cannot face this burden alone. Canada's failure to make transformational investments will leave the Northwest Territories facing the devastation and staggering cost of climate change without significant economic opportunities to cover their increased expenses. Modern transportation, energy, and telecommunications infrastructure are paramount for the prosperity of Northerners and to keep pace with our Southern counterparts. Such investments would support life-changing projects and enable our residents to pursue financial stability. The federal government's Arctic and Northern Policy Framework, launched in 2019, acknowledged the serious gaps between the North and the South when it comes to infrastructure, as well as government programs and supports available to residents. To date, there's been no implementation plan, nor any dedicated funding announced. I believe strongly that these gaps have widened in recent years due to the effects of the pandemic, Canada's per capita funding model, and the insistence that the N.W.T fit into a national program models without recognizing our unique situation. Northerners are not second-class citizens in Canada and should not be treated as such. In my final sessional statement as Premier, I want to make one thing abundantly clear. the North will not be silenced in its calls for treatment equal to that received by Canadian provinces. The time for investment in the North and true partnerships is now. I want to thank our allies in Ottawa and beyond for helping to amplify this message to the federal government. We must continue to deliver this message loud and clear on behalf of all our residents. In the final session of the 19th Legislative Assembly, we have critically important work ahead to set up the next Legislative Assembly for success. We will debate first-of-their-kind legislation, including the Forest Act and the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Implementation Act. The Forest Act was developed side by side with Indigenous governments, Indigenous organizations, and renewable resource boards, using for the first time the Intergovernmental Council on Land and Resource Management Legislative Development Protocol. The United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People Implementation Act was developed through the N.W.T. Council of Leaders, a shining example of partnerships with Indigenous governments and Indigenous organizations. Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to conclude my statement.
Thank you, Madam Premier. The Premier is seeking unanimous consent to conclude her statement. Are there any nays? There are no nays. You may conclude your statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm so pleased to be closing out this Legislative Assembly with incredibly strong relationships across the territory. Mr. Speaker, no Premier makes this journey alone. I want to thank the public for holding me and this government to account. I want to thank the ministers for their hard work over the past 4 years and for the leadership they have shown. To all levels of government, but especially to Indigenous governments, thank you for working with us and developing what I think are among the strongest relationships between our government and Indigenous leadership in the territory's history. Thank you to my fellow members for their passion and for the many ideas to improve our territory. To the staff that have supported Cabinet, my heartfelt thanks for your dedication and expertise. Mr. Speaker, it is bittersweet to deliver my final sessional statement. The last 4 years have challenged me in ways I cannot fully express, but I can say with certainty that I have grown as a person and as a leader, and I've also been privileged to see the personal and professional growth of colleagues around this House. As this government comes to an end and another is about to begin, I'm optimistic when I think about what's in store for the Northwest Territories. I want to thank my colleagues for trusting me 4 years ago. Leading our territory is one of the greatest privileges of my life, and I will forever be grateful for this opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Colleagues, before we continue, I wish to draw your attention to the presence of a former member, Kieran Testart, in the gallery. Mr. Testart was the member for Cam Lake in the 18th Assembly. Welcome to the Chamber. Minister statements, member statements, member for Decho.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the recent wildfires will be etched in everyone's minds for quite some time. 3 of the largest centres in the Northwest Territories were affected with evacuation orders. Fort Smith, which includes Smith's Landing First Nation, Hay River, Yellowknife, which includes Deda and Dilo. Equally affected were my riding communities of N.W.T, Enterprise, and Kakiza. This is the largest evacuation order ever of residents due to wildfires. Hay River and N.W.T had faced evacuations back in May due to large and fast-moving wildfire, not seen previously, and a fire of this magnitude should have been a wake-up call. Mr. Speaker, I, and on behalf of my colleagues, extend sincere sympathies to the many residents of our territory who were evacuated from their homes and communities. To the residents of Enterprise and Paradise Gardens, words cannot replace what was lost in the fires. But take solace, you are always in our thoughts and prayers. Our heartfelt sympathies to the many elders and long-term care patients who were displaced and sent far from their loved ones. You are all in our thoughts and prayers. Mr. Speaker, I and my colleagues would like to extend heartfelt thanks and appreciation to the fire crews, fire management teams, and the many volunteers who were involved in containing the wildfires. It was an onerous task, but you all stuck it out, and for that the residents are forever grateful. Merci.
Thank you, Member Perdecho. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Thabacha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to begin this final sitting of the 19th Assembly, I'd like to start by recognizing and thanking all the people who helped with Fort Smith's evacuation and protection in this year's record-breaking wildfire season. This includes all wildfire personnel in the Department of Environment and Climate Change, formerly known as ENR, as well as the personnel from Parks Canada, the Canadian Armed Forces, Department of MACA, the business community, and regular citizens who stepped up and volunteered to help in any way they could. Thanks to the combined efforts to all these groups, Fort Smith is still standing with no homes lost or human lives lost due to wildfires. Thank you also to those residents who stayed behind to help to defend and look after the community while it was evacuated. As MLA for Thabacha, on behalf of the Fort Smith residents, thank you everyone who helped with these efforts of protecting Fort Smith from disaster. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, while it is certainly positive that Fort Smith itself did not sustain any major physical damage due to wildfires, the landscape has changed. There are some sad stories that occurred during the period of evacuation that I want to share with you. With the permission of their families, I'm sad to report that Fort Smith lost 5 citizens during the 5 weeks that we were evacuated from our community. The name of these individuals are Sandy Murphy, a senior from the seniors' home, Chris Heron, whom I traveled with every Friday through the entire 19th Assembly. I will miss them. Michael Walsh, who I met during my last campaign in 2019, who is a senior whose daughter is Shauna Walsh. Jason Abraham, a Salt River member, and Philip McDonald, who's also a Salt River member and was the oldest person in Fort Smith. On behalf of all Fort Smith residents, I want to offer my heartfelt condolences to the family, friends, and loved ones of each of these individuals. These are a sad loss for our community. It's always hard to lose someone, but I know that it was especially hard to handle during such a mixed-up time throughout our town's evacuation. Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to conclude my statement.
Thank you, Member for Thabacha. The member is seeking unanimous consent to conclude her statement. Are there any nays? There are no nays. You may conclude your statement.
Mr. Speaker, it is important to note that none of these deceased individuals had died as a result of the wildfires, and that each person passed away due to various reasons. There is, however, an additional story that I want to mention which did result in life loss due to wildfire. During the second evacuation of Hay River, Fort Smith residents Mike Couvret and his wife Helena Kate did lose some animals along with their truck and livestock trailer as they were fleeing Hay River. In all, they lost 5 alpacas and 2 guard dogs named Luna and Cassie. Those animals were part of Mike and Helena's family, and it is very unfortunate that they died during the evacuation. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I also want to acknowledge the fallen N.W.T firefighter, Mr. Adam Yeakin, who died on the job in July while battling a fire near Fort Liard. Adam was a member of the Atco-Dene-Co First Nation. He was only 25 years old. He had a young daughter and a loving partner whom he left behind. As the Batcha MLA, I want to offer my condolences to his family and his community for this tragic loss. And lastly, I want to thank the Cabinet, all regular members, all regular MLA members, and all the staff of the Legislative Assembly who helped me navigate through this evacuation. I also want to thank my husband Peter and my dog Rambo. Both of them stayed behind and looked after people's pets, harvest people's gardens, since grocery trucks could not deliver food due to road closures. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Thabatcha. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd first like to say happy birthday to my son, RJ.
Happy birthday to you.
Mr. Speaker, over the summer, wildfires in the North Slave region destroyed homes, businesses, and community infrastructure, which will have a long-lasting effect on the emotional and mental well-being of residents of Hay River, N.W.T First Nation, and Enterprise. Mr. Speaker, many of us have seen firsthand the devastation in Enterprise, Hay River, and N.W.T, and along the highway where cabins were lost due to these wildfires. Residents are asking, could more have been done to get the fires under control sooner? Possibly. But one thing is for sure, if not for the immediate action by Hay River's EMO and the sheer determination and work of those wildfire and structural frontline firefighters, of those who fought the fire from the air, and of those who provided logistical and various supports to all frontline workers, the outcome may have been much different and much more devastating, and for this we thank them. Mr. Speaker, this wildfire impacted residents of Hay River and the South Slave who were directed to evacuate on very short notice, which many did, and for that we must thank them for their cooperation, patience, and understanding throughout this ordeal. Evacuation was not only for their safety and for the safety of their family and neighbors, but provided frontline firefighters with room to effectively fight the fire that surrounded and endangered homes, businesses, and community infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, the Yukon Territory and the provinces of Alberta, Manitoba, and British Columbia, along with many of their residents, businesses, and NGOs, all stepped up and welcomed our residents with open arms. They mobilized quickly to provide accommodation, meals, local transportation, mental health, and medical health supports, and more. For this, we thank them. Mr. Speaker, the First Nations and Métis governments provided ongoing financial, transportation, accommodation, and mental health supports to their citizens throughout the evacuation. As well, many NGOs, including United Way, have been instrumental in providing financial and other resources and supports to fill gaps left by government. For this, we thank them. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recognize the work done by Hay River Mayor Candace Jamieson, Councillor Robert Bouchard, and volunteer Kathy McBrien, who, among the many duties they had, spent countless hours at the airport ensuring safe and organized departures of all evacuees of Hay River. For this, I thank them. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Hay River South. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Like most of us in this chamber, my family and I were the subjects of the mandatory evacuation orders in August and September. I want to extend my personal thanks to all those firefighters, support workers, and other essential service personnel that stayed behind to protect our communities. I also want to thank the Alberta, British Columbia, Manitoba, and Yukon governments, the non-governmental organizations, the volunteers, and businesses that helped support our residents while we were away. I also want to acknowledge that as bad as Yellowknife headed, other communities suffered longer evacuations, and Enterprise, N.W.T, and Paradise Gardens are going to need very substantial government assistance with their future. While it may be easy to criticize the evacuations, there's always room for improvement. It was a miracle that 19,000 people were, for the most part, able to leave Yellowknife safely over a 3-day period. Clearly, there's also a need to work more closely with Indigenous governments during emergency management and evacuations. In moving forward, there are still 2 areas that require further attention. Firstly, while I appreciate Cabinet's work during the evacuation, The financial supports to date have not been adequate or equitable. The evacuation travel support program is not sufficient, as $750 per vehicle does not cover those who voluntarily left on commercial flights, in some cases at great personal expense, so as not to stress government charter flights, or those residents that could not access supports upon evacuation to other jurisdictions for a whole variety of reasons. I'll continue to fight for more equitable and generous financial support. Our small businesses also require more support. Many have not fully recovered from COVID when struck with impacts of these evacuations. It is my understanding that evacuation costs are eligible for up to 90% reimbursement under the federal guidelines for the disaster financial assistance arrangements. I fail to understand why Cabinet cannot provide more and fairer financial support for evacuees and small businesses. Lastly, it is now time to start to formulate a lessons learned exercise for firefighting and emergency management. As I've said before, this needs to be a comprehensive, independent, and third-party public review. All available tools and options, including the Public Inquiries Act, need to be carefully considered with an opportunity for public input. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Member statements. Member statements. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, N.W.T. constituents and former residents who passed away since our last sitting in June. Polituk, Sadie Marie Grover Sikialuk Lester, who passed away September 4th, 2023. Sadie was a strong survivor who did everything she could to raise her children as a single mother. She was also a residential school survivor, and she'll be sadly missed. Sax Harbor, Mr. Noah Carpenter, son of Fred Carpenter and Ada Grubin, a respected retired medical doctor, a surgeon, top in the field of neurosurgeon. He will be retired and living in Winnipeg, Manitoba. He's survived by his siblings and many adopted brothers and sisters. He was an invalid and a role model to all the people. Tuktoyaktuk, Joanne Felix, young lady from Tuktoyaktuk, who passed away in Whitehorse, Yukon. Our thoughts and prayers are with the family, Mr. Speaker. And again, Adam Deacon, the young firefighter who passed away, working for the people in Northwest Territories safety. Thoughts and prayers are with his family. Today, Mr. Speaker, also would like to, people I've grown up with in Don Grubin Sr., who passed away a few months ago, and his son Jerry passed away a few weeks ago. And my thoughts and prayers are with Darlene and the family, and gone but not forgotten. My good buddy, growing up in going to residential school, Paddy Alikuk. I just found out Paddy passed away in his funerals today in Inuvik, so thoughts and prayers with the family. And another good friend growing up, Jason Firth, also known as Jim Bob. Got a lot of good memories with him, and he'll be sadly missed. My thoughts and prayers are going out to Hazel and to Jenkins and the family in Fort McPherson. And one of the toughest, last couple of weeks ago, Mr. Speaker, I lost my brother-in-law, Bruce Biggett. And my sister Pauline, that's my older sister. Through the evacuation and all that, with all that traveling down to BC to the hospice there, and my sister and myself were there caring for him, and his brother was there, which was really good, and Bruce is a 14-year vet to the Canadian Armed Forces, and I really enjoyed his company while he was here with us in Yellowknife, and often spent a lot of time with him. But to my sister Pauline, you're not alone, and I love you, and we're going to get through this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for N.W.T. Our thoughts and prayers are with the families and communities at this time. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Tunaday-Wilday.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Northwest Territories has been through hard times since the Assembly began 4 years ago. Pandemic, floods, fire, even war had darkened our days and brought our people nothing but stress and uncertainty. It is also tested to the result of this government to steer our territory through the worst of times. We are in thick of it, Mr. Speaker. Even today, session is on an emergency basis, and I think it's important that we recognize the people who have been working hard to protect our communities while communities while their friends and families have been forced to evacuate. I'd like to say thank you to and recognize all the essential workers for the City of Yellowknife, Town of Hay River, Town of Fort Smith, then YKDFN, Kakiza, Catodici Reserve, and Kakiza. Mr. Speaker, when I recognize these people coming up shortly, I just want to say that they've been working long days, nights to protect our communities and our homes, and be ready to welcome for me and my community, the Yellowknife Dene First Nation home. I want to say a big musty cho to Alvis Kachilia, Brian Toby, Kieran Testart, Gochia Kachilia, Trace Lynn, Roger McKinzel, Joe Dewar, Cashin McMahon, Silas Safket, Tricia Lisk, Norman Sangries, Gordon Sangries, Eric Capot, and the volunteers Brian Sumberg, Ethan Sumberg, Ernest Patsina, Norman Patsina, Nikki Patsina, including former Chief Eddie Sangries and Chief Fred Sangries. And there's so many others who have pitched in during these times. Masi Cho again for the bottom of my heart. Mr. Speaker, Northerners are resilient and strong. Our Indigenous brothers and sisters have weathered greater storms that our ancestors have survived since time immemorial. The communities display a compassion, generosity, and humbling. It is no surprise that we're taking care of each another. That's what Northerners do. Mercy to everyone who has stepped up to help the evacuees, from provinces, provincial governments to non-government organizations, to cities and band councils, and ordinary citizens pitching in to help. And I want to recognize and include N.W.T First Nation, the Fort Resolution Métis Council, and Lutsike Dene First Nation. Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to conclude my member statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Tunde Welde. The member is seeking unanimous consent to conclude his statement. Are there any nays? If there are no nays, you may conclude your statement.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, colleagues. But just because Northerners can't handle any crisis, it doesn't mean they don't have questions about how this government has been managing our current state of emergencies. It does not take a scholar to notice that the communication from our cabinet colleagues have been limited, confusing, in some cases contradictory. Just this alone has caused enough for concern. If our government cannot effectively communicate, it seems unprepared and for some untrustworthy. Mr. Speaker, the people are frustrated and their patience is running out. We cannot expect that thousands of displaced residents can support themselves without help from our government. We must do more. Our people are looking for us for leadership. Even though the session is short, rest assured I am working day and night to support my constituents through the crisis and ensure our people that are back safely to their homes and to their traditional territory. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Tunde Welde. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you. I'd like to also welcome everyone back into the House for the final sitting of the 19th Assembly. I also want to welcome back the residents of Yellowknife, as well as those who were displaced for so long in the South Slave. I'm very proud of the strength and resiliency of the residents of the N.W.T, of how people took care of each other. My social media feeds were full of people pitching in, sharing information, and providing resources to those less fortunate. It was truly heartwarming. I also want to thank the hardworking fire, military, and safety personnel from the N.W.T in Alberta and across Canada and the globe. They worked tirelessly and at great peril to protect our communities and keep people safe, and we owe them a huge thank you. Mr. Speaker, as we entered the 2023 fire season, Sketty had been working on Bill 74, the Forest Act. In the spring, we traveled to several communities and received input from stakeholders and interested parties. This work confirmed for me that the N.W.T. is woefully unprepared for climate-driven emergencies. From an out-of-date 2018 emergency plan to putting the onus on underfunded communities to take care of their own preparedness, mitigation, and response, the N.W.T. is poised to face costly climate disaster after climate disaster for the foreseeable future. We must be proactive now and create community-specific mitigation and response plans that incorporate Indigenous science and local knowledge to properly care for the land. Mr. Speaker, why have we not seen an updated emergency response plan during this Assembly? One that accounts for our rapidly changing climate? Emergency response plans should be considered living documents with annual updates and training. Has any of this happened, or is the last time anyone looked at the plan in 2018? In 2021, the Minister of ENR and I traveled to the UN Climate Conference in Glasgow, where he had one goal. His job was to impress upon the federal government that the N.W.T. was experiencing climate change at an unprecedented rate, to make the Liberal government understand that we could not afford to pay for their climate change promises, nor did we have the capacity to do so. Considering the controversial tax imposed on us all in the spring, it's clear that this mission was a failure. And I'm very concerned that if the N.W.T. does not get serious now and proactively address climate change and emergency response in the coming months, we are going to find ourselves in the same situation next summer. And Mr. Speaker, I can't think of anything worse for the mental well-being of our people if that was to happen. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Great Slave. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Mumfwee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we all know this has been the worst forest fire season in the N.W.T. history. This was the first time in history that 2/3 of N.W.T. residents were forced to leave their homes. These tragic events displaced nearly 30,000 people for weeks and resulted in the loss of millions of hectares of land burned. In Klitschko region, 4 houses and 15 traditional cabins burned, as well devastating loss of traditional food from both vegetation and wildlife. The damage done to our lands will take decades to repair. Mr. Speaker, this fire season has seen 2 Klitschko communities, N.W.T. and Betcheko, needing to be evacuated. Other communities were also evacuated, and some were put on alert status. Mr. Speaker, the N.W.T. current wildfire management policy has completely failed the people of the N.W.T. All N.W.T. residents have been impacted and millions of hectares of land destroyed across the N.W.T. This wildfire management policy needs to change before more damage is done to N.W.T. lands and communities. Mr. Speaker, these fires all started out small and controllable. In a hot, dry year, these fires should have been put out right away, not allowed to burn, hoping that they will extinguish themselves. This failure allowed millions of hectares of land destroyed and impacted the lives of every N.W.T. resident. We cannot even begin to estimate the wildlife, the animal burns, plants, and all the animals' habitat destroyed as well, and the long-term impact this will have on residents of the N.W.T. Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to conclude my statement. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Mumfwee. The member is seeking unanimous consent to conclude her statement. Are there any nays? There are no nays. You may conclude your statement.
Mr. Speaker, all fire seasons, during all the fire seasons, or this fire seasons, the minister has said that it's the hottest, driest year, and that is true. In these extreme weather conditions, a change to the policy should have happened. letting fires burn until they threaten critical infrastructure has catastrophic results on for the N.W.T. Mr. Speaker, N.W.T. policy may have failed the people of the N.W.T., but the people of N.W.T. did not fail each other. The people of the N.W.T. were there to support one another. They opened their homes and hearts, volunteered their time and resources to support each other. It makes me proud to be a resident of the N.W.T. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the firefighters for the work that they do. They put their lives on the line and work countless hours to save N.W.T. communities and our communities of Witquity and Bichicon. I also want to thank all the community government workers, volunteers, people who stayed behind in Bichicon and Witquity to support the firefighters. Even after ECC pulled out of Bichicon, some residents stayed behind to continue fighting the fire and save our community. Mr. Speaker, I also want to thank all the people who supported Clecho citizens during Bichicon and Witquity evacuation in Yellowknife. Thank you for your generosity and kindness. However, Mr. Speaker, we were not happy with how our Clecho communities were treated during Yellowknife evacuation. I will have another member statement to discuss these concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Mumphrey. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Kamlik.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've stood in this House and spoke of the symbiotic relationship between N.W.T. and private industry. We have a fundamental need for the sustainability of private industry. Its growth and prosperity is a true indicator of a healthy economic environment. Here in Yellowknife, we saw firsthand how reliant governments are on private industry. Our private industry is the backbone of this territory and showed up in a big way as business and public servants worked together to fire-smart this town. A healthy territory relies on a vibrant private sector, which isn't only a reliance on the businesses deemed essential and able to stay. We rely on hundreds of businesses, from medium corporations and limited liability companies to small and home-based businesses that collectively serve residents and government. Mr. Speaker, our businesses are hurting. Many have said evacuations hit harder than COVID. Hay River businesses experienced 3 evacuations in a year and a half. South Slave operators saw significant weeks of evacuation. Some South Slave businesses lost everything. And even with the 3 weeks of evacuation here in Yellowknife, without infrastructure loss, caused financial shortfalls of $20,000 in some and well over hundreds of thousands in others. Mr. Speaker, the income disruption policy is not reflective of northern wages and owners don't qualify. The seed relief covers some monthly expenses but is capped at $5,000, as is the BDIC warm funding. I have heard some people say that businesses should have had insurance, but business insurance does not cover natural disasters or pandemics. Multiple Cam Lake businesses continue to pay salaries or allowances to staff out of a personal duty of loyalty and care to their employees. With no billable hours, this caused incredible hardship for those employers. Mr. Speaker, in a nation with a labour shortage, these employers need their staff to return to Yellowknife to continue to fulfill fall contracts. And this government needs those residents to come home too. Some businesses without the cash flow to continue to pay salaries lost staff who couldn't weather the uncertainty of evacuation. Some have cancelled contracts or shifted business operations, driving summer work into winter months with greater costs, while others work on an exit plan, Mr. Speaker. This means we have not yet experienced the actual fire season cost as the dominoes continue to fall in private industry. Businesses need to save for a rainy day, they say, but this is not a rainy day, Mr. Speaker. These are the impacts of unmitigated climate change on a territory without a viable aspirational plan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to join in my colleagues in thanking all of our forestry firefighters, all of those who worked at our pilots, our tanker bases, in those logistics, to the hundreds of volunteers in multiple communities, especially here in Yellowknife, who stayed behind and built what is truly an impressive fire break in a matter of days. as well of all the municipal staff. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank all of our constituents who have been through a lot. It seems like the majority of time in this Assembly has been spent in some sort of state of emergency, and it feels like we just can't get a rest. I know a lot of us are feeling that cumulative stress, and I encourage everyone, to try and take some time now to recover, and hopefully we get a little break from this never-ending stream of emergencies. But Mr. Speaker, that may not be the case, and I want to echo the sentiment of some of my colleagues in that we have to take this after-action review seriously. We have to work with our municipalities, and I think we have to answer some fundamental questions. One is on fire management. Are we spending enough on fire prevention? Are our communities properly funded to build fire breaks? Are we doing enough controlled burning now that cooler weather is with us? Emergency management. Can we really continue to have our communities be the lead on emergency management? Here in Yellowknife, it was very clear that the city of Yellowknife was never resourced and funded to do an air evacuation or to evacuate a whole city, let alone provide accommodations across multiple jurisdictions. We stepped up and did that, but it raises fundamental questions about where that responsibility should lie in the first place. I think there are lots of questions about our forest management practices going forward. Certainly we have spent hundreds of millions of dollars on suppression, and we are experts on that, but there are questions about how large fire breaks need to be built around communities. Communities that we've toured them. We had the opportunity, tragically, to see the one in Enterprise just before the community was burnt, Mr. Speaker. And they were proud of the size of that, but was there any size of fire break that would have prevented that fire, or would controlled burning have done that? I don't have these answers. They are technical questions, but I think this is the entire scope of an after-action review that we owe our citizens. I think it needs public input from the public and all of the community and all of the people involved in this so that we can answer some of these questions and we don't find ourselves fighting over jurisdiction in the midst of an emergency again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Nahende.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Adam Blake Yerdon was born on August 30th, 1997 in Fort Nelson, BC, to Barbara Bertrand and Jack Uden. Adam is the fourth of 5 children. Adam was raised in Fort Liard, where he lived most of his life. He went to Bellakua for a couple of years with his dad and brother, Jackson, but his heart was calling him home, and he came back to live with his sister, Donna, and her husband, Norman. He was described as a lovable and happy child who grew in a generous young man with drive and enthusiasm. He was always willing and smiling, hardworking, and loved using the chainsaw. It was his prized possession. Mr. Speaker, Adam was most happy when he was on the land. He was never afraid to be alone in the bush. It's where he felt his happiest and safe and connected. He was a determined individual. Perfect example was when he was 17 years old. He decided he wanted to be a wildland firefighter. So when the plane landed in Fort Liard to take people to Fort Simpson for training, he jumped on the plane. Unfortunately, when he landed, an instructor looked at him and asked him his age. After telling him the truth, his age, he was then sent home on the next plane to Fort Liard. This did not stop him. The following year, he was prepared and ready when the call came for people interested in the training. Once he took the training, this confirmed his passion to be a wildland firefighter. He loved his EFF family immensely and took his job very seriously. He was very proud to be part of the EFF community. On February 21st, 2020, his dad's birthday, his life improved with Kina coming into his life. She remembered going for a walk that day, and Adam stopped her for a chat. This moment led to them get together, and the following year, they both welcomed their most beautiful baby, Hazy. Adam was such a loving father and very protective of his family. Adam was very loved by his family and friends. They returned the love he had for them. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to say his colleagues built and placed a cross on his site where he passed away, and will be doing a moment of silence at the start of each fire season. This was due to their respect to him.
The family would like to thank ECC for all the support they received during this difficult time and the Premier for being able to come to the funeral. He's preceded by his loving mother, who passed away in 2006. Mr. Speaker, he will be greatly remembered and loved by his father, Jack, brothers Carl and Jackson, his sisters, Crystal and Donna, his girlfriend, Kina, and his daughter, Hazy, his extended family, friends, and the firefighting family in the community of Fort Liard, and the residents of the Nehende. Mr. Speaker, he'll be sadly missed.
Thank you, Member for Nehende. Our continued thoughts and prayers with the family and community at this time. Member statements. Member statements. Returns to oral questions. Returns to oral questions. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize my constituent, Julie Thrasher, who unfortunately I can't see from where I sit, but Julie is a Great Slave constituent, also originally from Inuvik, and also a strong supporter in the community, often feeding and helping the vulnerable population. So I just wanted to say thank you to Julie for that work. It's well needed, so thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Member for Great Slave. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Member for Inuvik-Bootlik.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to recognize Julie in the gallery as well. I knew her growing up in Aklavik, and she's a good friend of mine, and she's like family. So thank you for being here, Julie. Merci.
Thank you, Member for Inuvik-Bootlik. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Member for Tuna-de-Wilde.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to recognize the drummers that were here early at the beginning of the session. I'd like to recognize Cody Dragis, Leroy Petsina, Gordy Lisk, Daniel Lisk, Randy Belanjo, Ethan Sunberg. I also want to recognize my CA, Shirley Seta, and all the translators. It's good to see you all back again, and N.W.T staff and the LEDGE staff. And also Pascal Rasmus, he was here a little bit earlier, and Kieran Tessart, former MLA for the Yellowknife area. Merci.
Thank you, Member for Tuna-de-Wilde. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Member for Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd also like to recognize Mr. Kieran Testart, who is a constituent of Range Lake, and I believe is putting his name forward. So welcome to the gallery. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Range Lake. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Acknowledgements. Acknowledgements. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Haverford South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, ask the Premier to confirm what programs and associated funding amounts are in place to specifically support businesses impacted by the wildfires, and how quickly can we get that support out to alleviate the financial burden on our local businesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Haverford South. Madam Premier.
Speaker, I'd like to defer that to the Minister of Finance. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Minister responsible for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at present there's two programs already operational, and they were both stood up during the midst of the evacuation. The first one I'll speak to out of the Department of Industry, Tourism and Investment. We changed the SEED program that a lot of businesses are familiar with, added on a directive relating specifically to the wildfires. And under this program at present, there is a contribution amount of up to $5,000 for eligible costs that were incurred. There's also, under the BDIC, they've also had brought their board together and established a program that they're calling the Wildfire Assistance and Relief Measures Program. It's very similar, and it provides up to $5,000 again if for evacuated community businesses, and $3,500 for those that are in business or in communities that were otherwise affected. And the two are working together to ensure that they can try to maximize benefits for businesses that might be eligible under both. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Haverford South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's good to hear that we do have some programs. It's not a lot of money because for Hay River and Enterprise in N.W.T, we've been through 3 major events here in the last 15 months, and it's really taken its impact. It's really impacting businesses. So I think we have to take another look at that. But anyways, Mr. Speaker, I'll ask Premier, if any requests have gone into the federal government for additional financial support for businesses impacted by the wildfires? If so, then what has the response been? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Haver South. Minister responsible for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That one, Mr. Speaker, really does lay largely in the purview of the Premier's office, but given the multi-department nature of the evacuations and the emergencies, quite a number of departments are working together to be in touch with their counterparts. I know ITI's officials are in touch with their counterparts, but beyond that, we've also all been contributing to work that's happening out of the Premier's office, and with the invitation of the federal government, knowing that we're going to have some asks to prepare a very thorough and complete look at what kinds of asks we might have and what they would be. So that is going out, if it hasn't gone out in a formal sense, but again, that's coming because of the conversations happening both out of the Premier's office, but with a lot of our officials. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate that answer. However, like I say, we've gone through 3 major events in Hay River, and a year after the flood, we're still, we still got a number of files that need to be actioned. And when I see what's happened here, this is going to be still existing after the next assembly, the way things are going. So I think we need to be really proactive and forceful when we're dealing with the federal government to try and get additional funds. Otherwise, we're going to lose residents, we're going to lose businesses, and we're going to see, the N.W.T kind of end up being almost a third world area. So, anyways, Mr. Speaker, I'd ask the Premier, what percentage of wildfire and evacuation costs will the federal government reimburse this government, and how quickly can we expect to see that reimbursement? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Haver South. Minister responsible for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at a practical level, that's Department of MACA, but really from a government fiscal perspective, I can say that the Department of Finance is looking quite closely at what we might get. There's a sliding scale for under the disaster financial assistance arrangements. That's the federal program that applies to all provinces and territories. When you get to a certain level, which we most certainly have hit, you can get up to 90% of eligible costs. And that's the tricky part, Mr. Speaker, is that I don't get to determine what the eligible costs are. What we do is we ask for everything, but it certainly is unlikely that we'll be getting everything, and whatever we do get will come at a 90% amount. But, Mr. Speaker, we certainly will continue to adopt the response of the Government of the Northwest Territories. Twice now in the sort of preambles of questions, the members sort of mentioned that there's an insufficiency. Mr. Speaker, just like I said in COVID many times, the government continues to monitor the response and will continue to do its best to adapt as we go forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary. Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's important, I think, that we as government in the future government really take a look at what happened here in this last few years. Because when you look at what happened with the flooding and also with the fires now, the impact it had. For Hay River, it impacted the fishing industry. For communities along the waterways, it impacted access to their cargo. It just goes on and on. It basically really impacted businesses, individuals, people's health, everything. So I think it's very important that this government and future governments really take a look at it. But, Mr. Speaker, over the past 4 years, this territory has experienced major disasters, and there appears to be a pattern emerging. Going forward, what is this government, in terms of planning and costing, doing to prepare for climate change and future disasters as they occur? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Haver South. Minister responsible for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the wildfires, the floods, COVID have certainly impacted every single sector, large and small, Larger businesses might have the ability to weather it better, but that certainly doesn't make it any easier. It's also impacted all levels of government, and it's impacted this government. Mr. Speaker, we can't necessarily, if I could plan for a large-scale natural disaster, you'd see a budget line item for, to plan for the large-scale emergency. We aren't able to plan for a large-scale emergency by virtue of the fact that it's an emergency. What we can do, Mr. Speaker, is keep our fiscal house in order so that we have the capacity to provide relief, and we have the capacity to provide funding, we have the capacity to support these emergent events as they occur, and to be able to stand and say, look, we'll continue to adapt that response. So, Mr. Speaker, we were lucky to have forecasted a significant operating surplus this year. That has given us a cushion from which we were able to then provide a response to the emergency. And we're going to have to continue to be mindful of how we get back to that place of having large operational surpluses, so we have that financial flexibility to be able to respond if or when an emergency occurs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Framley.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. My question's for the Premier with regard to the recent evacuations and adequacy of government supports. It's my understanding that evacuation costs are eligible for up to 90% reimbursement under the federal guidelines for the disaster financial assistance arrangements, page 19. Eligible response costs include temporary relocation, shelter, food, clothing, rescue, and transportation and related social and inquiry services. End of quote. So can the Premier confirm whether evacuation costs for N.W.T residents, including any N.W.T initiatives such as the Evacuation Travel Support Program, are eligible for federal reimbursement? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Framlake. Madame Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to defer that to the Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs. Thank you.
Thank you, Madame Premier. Minister responsible for MACA.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, all disaster experienced to date in the Northwest Territories are eligible for reimbursement under two federal funding programs, the Disaster Financial Assistance Arrangement, or DFAA, and the Emergency Management Assistance Program, or EMAP. In the event of large-scale natural disasters, the DFAA provides reimbursement to territorial/provincial governments for related costs, including evacuations. The N.W.T will seek reimbursement for all evacuation-related costs which we have incurred. This includes the Evacuation Travel Support Program and direct N.W.T costs such as flights and accommodations. Evacuation costs incurred by N.W.T residents are not eligible for reimbursement under DFAA. This is because DFAA is a program of last resort after all resources of funding, including insurance, have been exhausted. It is not an insurance program, and it's not a compensation program. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Framlake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Minister for that. And so given that most of the evacuation costs are reimbursable, I just don't understand why our support programs haven't been a little more generous and fairer. So I've received numerous complaints about the unfairness and adequacy of the Evacuation Travel Support Program. So can the Premier tell us whether Cabinet is ready to reconsider the scope and amount of the current program and better support our residents that were evacuated? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Framlake. Minister responsible for MACA.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Department of Finance is not considering expanding the scope and amount of Evacuation Travel Support Program. The Evacuation Travel Support Program was established to provide financial relief to N.W.T residents who evacuated a vehicle during the evacuation that occurred as a result of the 2023 wildfires. I recognize that funding through this program alone does not cover all potential costs associated with the evacuation or incurred by residents. In addition to the Evacuation Travel Support Program, the N.W.T offered a number of different supports for evacuees through the evacuation, including evacuation charter flights, gas at the Alberta border for evacuees who drove, accommodations of evacuation centres and private accommodations where space was limited at evacuation centres, food allowance and meals, access to free municipal and provincial campgrounds, and a donation of $400,000 to the United Way to support a number of community organizations. I encourage residents to contact their insurance company, see if they have coverage for evacuation in their policy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Framley.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I'm sure the Minister recognizes that I'm going to keep fighting for better support for the evacuees, but during my statement I recognized that it was quite an accomplishment to evacuate most Yellowknife residents safely over a very short period of time. However, there can and should be improvements made to how we work together with Indigenous governments, including legislative and policy changes. So can the Minister tell us how N.W.T intends to work better with Indigenous governments in the future on emergency management? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Framley. Minister responsible for MACA.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, MACA experience is that many Indigenous governments work directly with community governments as part of their local EMO. Emergency management works best when it's addressed at the local level and by those who can direct community government staff and have the authority to mobilize community government assets as part of the emergency response. There does need to be more clarity on roles and responsibilities, including relationships between the local EMO and the regional EMO and the territorial EMO, especially given the Emergency Management Act assign responsibility for emergency management to community governments. We recognize there needs to be further cooperation with Indigenous governments and emergencies, and we want to hear directly from the Indigenous governments as part of the after action review. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, I've had a number of conversations with Indigenous leaders on that, and I agree we need to work better together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary. Member for Framley.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Minister for that. I believe he's quite sincere, and I do appreciate his efforts on that front. So I believe it is time, though, Mr. Speaker, to start to think about lessons learned about our fire and emergency management from these evacuations. There should be an independent third-party public review, and I think one of the options that needs to be considered is the Public Inquiries Act. But I'd like to know from the Minister whether Cabinet has a position and a direction on such a review of fire and emergency management. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Framley. Minister responsible for MACA.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yes, we've already started to turn our attention to the lessons learned on the emergency management side. People have been taking notes. We've been working with the municipalities, hearing things that work really well and things that we can improve on. There will be an independent third-party review. It is a standard practice in all jurisdictions to conduct an after-action review after disaster events to examine what happened, what worked, and what didn't, and to make recommendations for improvements going forward. The 2023 Wildfire After-Action Review is anticipated to be a large undertaking and will be public. We want to hear from the public, staff working directly on the emergency response, Indigenous governments, NGOs, federal and provincial, territorial partners who assisted with providing evacuation supports and others. We will not be waiting for recommendations to start making improvements. We know that much work can start now, including review of the N.W.T emergency plan, increased training and support to community governments, starting the review of the Emergency Management Act. This work cannot be finalized until the recommendations are provided. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Decho.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my questions are related to the recent wildfires which caused widespread evacuations and total destruction to properties. The wildfire at Enterprise was burning prior to the devastating day of August 13th. Can the Minister of ECC apprise this House as to why the wildfire near the hamlet of Enterprise was allowed to burn out of control for several days prior to the devastation and the evacuation of the residents? Merci.
Thank you, Member for Decho. Minister responsible for Environment and Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I can assure this House that the wildfire that impacted the community Enterprise received initial attack and was action consistent prior to the disaster event of August 13th. The fire was initiated, identified on August 2nd, and an initial attack within 2 hours. I repeat, 2 hours. Within 2 hours, that crew, the fire grew from 3 hectares to 120 hectares with extreme weather conditions that include very strong winds. The fire was actioned by crews and or aircraft as conditions allowed from the time it was discovered, but the extreme fire conditions and extreme fire behavior made fighting the fire very challenging and limited the ability for ignition operations to be completed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Decho.
Must Mr. Speaker, and must to the Minister for for all the information that they were fighting the fires prior to. And it's kind of confusing because the fires kind of snuck up to the community on that day. You know, after all, the Department of ECC and Fire Management have all the necessary tools and information at their fingertips to determine weather, wind, and wind speed, and yet these systems seem to have failed on that day, or just prior to that day. Can the Minister apprise this House as to why these factors and tools were not taken into account prior to the devastating day?
Thank you, Member for Decho. Minister responsible for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to state again that the fire was actioned as conditions allowed from start on August 2nd. The tragic event on August 13th, where because of the environmental conditions and extreme wind event, wind gusted higher than forecasted in the area that already had severe drought and burning conditions. Our team worked with the best information available from the beginning of this fire and used the tools and approaches available to us. The unfortunate reality is that we had a perfect storm of buildup of forest fuel, very high drought codes, an extreme wind event, an extremely challenging fire behavior that resulted in this situation. I recognize the impact that this devastating loss had on Hamilton Enterprise, and my thoughts are with them. We had been in the community on September 5th and 11th with the senior officials discuss the fire event on August 13th. Mr. Speaker, I had the opportunity to talk to a number of incident commanders, as well as we brought in our old retired firefighters that had dealt with fires in the past, and they basically all said the same thing. We were in a situation that was unique to us. They've never seen it before. We've seen disaster, this fire react that we didn't expect it to do. So we did everything we could. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Decho.
Mr. Speaker, and to the Minister for that. Mr. Speaker, I understand other wildfires at other communities were happening at the same time. The fire attack crews may have been spread out. Can the Minister apprise this House why no fire attack crews were at Enterprise, although the fire was at their doorstep for days?
Thank you, Member for Decho. Minister responsible for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the fire was more than 30 kilometers away from Enterprise for days before it impacted the community. The fire was closer to Kikisa before this extreme wind event pushed it towards the community of Enterprise, which was further than predicted by models. Aircraft and crews actioned this fire consistently as conditions allowed throughout the response, beginning with initial attack on August 2nd. The fire impacted on Enterprise was not a result of crews being spread out, but it was a result of extreme wind event and environmental conditions. This caused the fire to burn at extreme intensity and speed driven by wind, which was made worse by severe drought and built up fuel in the environment, causing explosive conditions. It is important to note that there are times crews and aircrafts were not able to fight the fire due to smoke and the fast movement of the fires. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister, final supplementary. Member for Decho.
Mr. Speaker, and to the Minister. Mr. Speaker, we hear of a couple of brothers from Enterprise along with other volunteers putting out fires that were continually flaring up throughout the community of Enterprise after the initial wildfire. They note that there were no ECC fire crews for more than 5 days to assist, and this was well after the main fire tore through the hamlet. Can the minister apprise this House as to why no fire crews were available in the community to monitor and fight the fires? Merci.
Thank you, Member for Decho, Minister responsible for Environment and Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member talked about those two brothers for helping that. And again, I say thank you very much to them for the work that they did there. Mr. Speaker, after the wildfire hit the community, many of the flare-ups were associated with structural fires. Our wildfire fighters are not trained in this. That there is very much about structural firefighters that need to do the work there. While meeting with the hamlet, we are made aware of these concerns and are committed to looking into this in an after-action review. ECC is still working on fires, and once the season is complete, the after-action review will be the #1 priority. So we will be working on it. And some of this, the challenges that the member talked about is our wildfire fighters do not fight structural fires. That there is volunteer firefighters or fire crews. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Kamlik.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to continue on my colleague from Frameling's question for the Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs in regards to the disaster financial assistance arrangement policy through the federal government. My first question is in regards to airfare, Mr. Speaker. So here in Yellowknife, the language that was coming out from the government was, if you can get yourself on a commercial flight, get to the airport, get on a flight, get out of town, please leave as soon as you possibly can. And so numerous residents did that. They listened to the government, they booked themselves a flight if they could afford to do so. Even if they couldn't really long-term sustainably afford to do so, they did it. I have residents who spent rent money on airfare in order to listen to the government, support the government's efforts to evacuate Yellowknife and get out of town. Those residents are now out airfare because they did not sit and wait for evacuation flights. And at the time, here in Yellowknife, the sentiment around town was one of chaos and confusion. There was a lot of miscommunication, or not miscommunication, but competing communication, or residents having to piece together communication information that was coming out from different levels of government. And so residents did what they could to get out of town and get themselves and their family out of harm's way. And so I'm wondering if this policy speaks directly to recovery of cost for transportation. Why will the government not refund the cost of airfare that residents paid for out of pocket at the request of this government? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Kamlik. Minister responsible for Municipal and Community Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Section 4 of the DFAA deals with the public sector expense eligibility. Section 411 is in reference to the provincial territorial eligible costs. If the province or territories provides temporary relocation, shelter, etc. to residents. The N.W.T did provide evacuation support, including transportation, accommodation, and food. And so the N.W.T will be making a claim for its costs for those eligible expenses under the DA. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Kamlik.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I had the privilege of being on the ground here in Yellowknife on those days when an evacuation was called. On the evening of Wednesday, I can't even remember the date now, August 16th, when it was called, the people who could get on a flight that night, they got themselves on a flight that night. The very next day, thousands of people lined up at Sir John waiting for flights, and if you drove out to the airport after going down and looking at the thousands of people waiting for flights, there were no planes on the ground at the airport. So people were worried, they were concerned, and if a flight came up, they got on it. So while there were, on Friday, numerous flights available for people, multiple people got up and left town if they could, because there was a lot of fear in town. There was a lot of people with kids, with elders, people, human beings, that just wanted to get on a plane and get out of town. For what I don't understand there is, I understand what the minister is saying, that there were eventually charter flights available, but there was a lot of confusion around that, and there was a lot of waiting and a lot of people who wanted to do what they could to get out. So I don't understand why the government can pay for a charter flight, but they can't pay for a resident. As we saw with the re-entry flights, there was a lot of confusion, a lot of waiting. Some people, I have some residents who have never received an email back from the re-entry registration emails. Luckily, they are back in town. They paid for a flight and they got themselves home, but they had to get back to work. They had to be here so that the rest of us could enjoy their services and they could be here to serve the rest of town. So while people tried to support evacuation flights, it didn't always work out. But my next question, Mr. Speaker, is in regards to hotels. Residents from Hay River were told, get out now, go to Grand Prairie. They got out now, they went to Grand Prairie. They weren't set up and ready for residents yet. Red Cross said to them, go book yourself at a hotel. They later found out they didn't pick the right hotel, so they weren't covered. I have residents who went to the evacuation center in Edmonton. They waited for 5 days before they received a hotel. So those are days that residents paid for out of pocket, but they were following the rules of government. And I know I'm going on a lot, and I could go on more, Mr. Speaker, but I'll leave it there. Why will the government not repay these costs for accommodations? Why will the government not repay these costs for airfare for residents? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Cam Minister responsible for MACA.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's going to be a little bit of a long-winded answer. There was a whole bunch of information shared there that seemed to be missing. First of all, let's talk about the lineup. Yes, it was long. We understood that. There was planes there. We were trying to get our crews in there. But the second day, as we had people get on the planes that were told to go back home the first day. The second day they got onto the planes. They were able to do that. We had people registering, getting on the planes that way there. In regards to the question that the member asked, there was a couple of questions, but I think there was 3, but I will focus on her last one. It was about the Red Cross. I've heard that from other people. I've heard where people got in to the host community, Red Cross didn't have them or told them go find their own, the phone back in there. So what I'm telling people is to reach back out to us, to get back to us, tell us what happened, and then we will work it on that. Because we've had that situation, just not in Grand Prairie, we've heard it in Edmonton, we've heard it in other places there. So we're asking people to reach out to us and we will work on that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So what I heard there is that if somebody has registered with the Red Cross and they still had to pay for their own hotel, that they can come back to the Department of Municipal and Community Affairs and seek compensation for the cost of those hotels. And I'm wondering if the minister can please let me know if I'm right on that, and also who they would contact in order to get that done. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for MACA.
Yes, that's correct. The second thing is who to contact, reach out to the department, or give it to yourself as MLA, reach out to them and work with us. I can tell you the member has given me a number of emails, and we've been working on those situations. So please get us those emails because we need to fix this, because it was unfortunate that situation had. We have to rely on our hostess province, and that's what they did. Some of them had Red Cross to help them there, and they were working on it. So again, if we've missed those things, and we're going to miss some of those things, please reach out to us and we'll work on it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary. Member for MACA. Member for Kamloops.
I like Nunavut. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So that's great news. That's very good news. So anybody in the territory who was registered with the Red Cross was unable to get a hotel for whatever reason, reach out to your MLA and we can advocate on your behalf. So that's really good news. Mr. Speaker, the last question I have is in regards to insurance deductibles. A number of residents quickly learned that insurance policies are not all built the same. Some residents had insurance deductibles waived, whereas others had significant insurance deductibles that they had to pay in order to receive any support from their insurance companies. And so I'm wondering if MACA plans to apply for reimbursement of resident deductibles through the DFAA. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for MACA.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's probably not going to like the answer. Unfortunate when people have their insurance, that's the program that they have to do and they have to look into it. Unfortunately, I have insurance, and I haven't even looked at mine until after what we've been dealing with. So unfortunately, the disaster financial assistance is last resort. If you have insurance, you need to go to your insurance company. And I am sorry to the residents that have higher deductibles or don't have the same supports. It's unfortunate, but that's the insurance companies that you have to deal with. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Toonaday-Willoughby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, communities are dealing with the unprecedented wildfire crisis gave a lot to the effort to save their homes, residents, and municipality property. Mr. Speaker, my question is going to be to the Minister, Shane Thompson, Environment and Climate Change. Mr. Speaker, what has been done to recognize the sacrifices made by the communities under evacuation order and the frontline workers who stayed to fight the fire? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Toonaday-Willoughby, Minister responsible for Environment and Climate Change.
It's more of a municipal and community affairs question. So we do have a hosting grant available to communities. We have identified communities as evacuation centers, like Fort Simpson was for Kikisa and Jean Marie. It's the reason we identify these evacuation centers is so that we don't burden the community on there. So, but we've noticed that some of the communities have been working or getting evacuees into the community. So we did establish a hosting grant, and the communities can apply for the hosting grants on that there. In regards to if he's looking for equipment and that, we are working with the communities on those things as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Toonaday-Willoughby.
Speaker, Mr. Speaker, this fire that happened, that impacted the residents of Northwest Territories, including Yellowknife and the smaller communities, in particular, Thutsuke, Dadadilo, and Fort Resolution. You know, when this evacuation order went ahead, we had evacuees that came to Fort Resolution, over 105 people that showed up to that community that came in from Fort Smith, Hay River Reserve, Fort Smith Reserve as well, and Yellowknife. And so, Mr. Speaker, the communities of Fort Resolution have incurred costs as a result of the additional people coming into the community on accommodations, food security, etc. Mr. Speaker, the costs involved with an emergency operation are enormous. The community government I represent do not have deep pockets. How will the minister ensure the costs related to the wildfire are not disproportionately placed on municipalities and designated authorities? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Toonaday-Willoughby, Minister responsible for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, like I said, we do have a hosting grant that's up to $40,000. Again, that's why we're telling people with evacuation centers, there are certain communities that are host friendly and those ones that aren't. We understand that we've seen people go into communities, so we provided that. We did have our superintendent reach out to Fort Res, work with them. We also had the food security with ITI, working with them to see if we needed to do those things. So I can also tell you that I've reached out to the federal government, Indigenous Service Canada, talk about designated authorities and how they're being impacted. These are some of the challenges that we're seeing that we need to get fixed up on. So if it's a designated authority, if they're created by the Indian Act, and we're trying to get the funding for them to help us move forward. So we've reached out to Indigenous Service Canada on that, but we are, and again, we did set up a hosting grant this fiscal year because of the situations where people were going to communities that were not host communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Toonaday-Willoughby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The $40,000 grants is just not going to be enough. For our community of Fort Resolution, you know, the community Chief Council and the Métis Council paid up monies to their evacuees are all scattered across Canada. And also in YKDFN, they spent a lot of money out of their IBAs that they want to see back, and also the community through Tsuke, not including the work they have done to fire smart the community as the fire was starting to happen. They incurred a lot of cost to date, and Mr. Speaker, they want to see some kind of monies back to their community. So it's clear we need to improve on our emergency preparedness on both the territorial and local levels. What is the minister doing to ensure we are better prepared for the next fire that might happen maybe in my region probably next year? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Tunde-Wilde, Minister responsible for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So two departments, Municipal and Community Affairs and ECC, are doing an after-action review. So that's part one. We are reaching out to the municipalities, working to see that there. We're also setting up training events. We're looking at their emergency plan, how it worked, where we can improve on it, set up training tabletop exercises so people are better prepared on that. We're also working with the ECC to come in and work with the communities on their fire smart, the communities. But also when the member talks about, fire breaks and stuff like that, the N.W.T got over $20 million for 8 years, and communities can work them there. And my understanding is the funding doesn't get there till next year, but people that spent money on fire breaks and that, they can hold that this year and then bring it and bring forth those expenses for next year as eligible expenses. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, Member for Tunde-Wilde.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've reached out to the Indigenous governments in Dada, Dilo, Tutsuke, and Fort Resolution. I've asked them to provide a letter to me on the costs that they incurred as a result of this fire evacuation that happened. And once I get that information, I will forward to the minister to let them know that what we incurred in the communities as a result of the trigger being pulled into this evacuation here in the Northwest Territories. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, also, the emergency plans for the communities need to happen. Right now, I've approached the minister about trying to get something going in Fort Resolution because of the fire near Hay River. Also, the community Tutsuke, they also need a plan, and we need help in that area. So if we don't start fire smarting the communities even this fall, then we're going to have problems maybe as early as springtime. When that's where the fire could be next year. So I guess my question to the minister is that what can we do to work with the communities to make sure that we have adequate resources provided so that they can make decisions and start fire smarting the communities even as early as this fall. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Tunde-Wilde, Minister responsible for MACA.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I guess first and foremost, each community should have their own emergency management operation plan. They should have it in place. And if they don't, we as our regional staff will be in there working with them. We created 5 new positions for emergency management so that we can help work with them. One of the after-action review things is that I'm looking at we need another 5 more positions at the regional level to do the recovery and work with these communities. So that's part of the conversation that we're having. In regards to the fire breaks and fire smarting the communities, as I said with the last question, is N.W.T has money. Each community of the 29 communities have money that they can access through N.W.T. Unfortunately, the money that the N.W.T got, they don't get it until next year from the federal government. But what they have said, and they've worked with the federal government, that they can do the work that needs to be done now. If they want to do fire smart the communities, reach out to the community or N.W.T, see what their share is, what they get from that, and then they can do the work this year. And then as April 1st, they can then give the invoice to N.W.T and they get reimbursed back that way. So we're all working together for this. And as again, we are doing an after-action review with MACA and ECC. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Mumfree.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister Thompson, this is for the ECC department. Minister Thompson, has a department, ECC, ever considered the impact the existing fire management policy is going to have on our Indigenous language, culture, and way of life? Did the ECC, I mean, I'm just saying, what I'm trying to say here is that has the department considered the impact the existing fire management policy is having on Indigenous language, culture, and way of life?
Thank you, Member for Mumfree. Before we continue, members, please refrain from using names. Just use the minister or member's ridings or the department they're in charge of. Minister responsible for environment and climate change.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we take that into account. We have, our fire crews are very much Indigenous. We work with them. The fire crews, the people we brought back were Indigenous. These people have been in the system for 20, 30 years or 40 years, and we work with them. I've had conversations with them. We've had to talk about it. In the old days, where people would use to, burning was part of the ecology of the landscape. It would then help them regrowth and stuff like that. Problem is if we don't do those things, we get these tinder boxes that go on forever. And what we've seen in Hay River and that fire that went from Kikisa into Hay River was a tinder box. Within 4 hours, that fire traveled. So these are all these things. We work with Indigenous governments. We have those conversations. And I'm very proud that ECC does have those conversations. And the people that we bring back are of Indigenous heritage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Mumfree.
Mr. Speaker, the reason why I ask is that anyone who lived and spent time in small communities, they would understand what we're talking about, because Indigenous people, they have close connection to the land. You know, we provide and sustain us, and even you understand that. Now we use the land for healing. That is the reason why I ask that question, because we have close connection to the land. But anyways, Mr. Speaker, the N.W.T says it will take 7 years for burned land to naturally replenish itself. Does that mean it will take 7 years for any lost wildlife to also replenish their numbers? Given the state of our dwindling caribou herds across the N.W.T, and considering that several caribou herds habitats have been disrupted this year, and in years past, does the N.W.T calculate how many caribou and other wildlife are lost annually due to wildfire? How many years for caribou herds to grow back? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Mumfree. Minister responsible for environment and climate change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there was 2 or 3 questions in there, so I will try to answer which ones they are. If it's 7 years, does it have the impact on wildlife? I'd have to get back to the member on that. I don't know that detail. I don't get into that detail. I understand the importance of fire and what it does to the environment. It's part of the regrowth. It has happened in the past. It used to be part of it, the way of life. I was actually talking to an advisor, an elder, who lives on the land. And we talked about, you know, the importance of fire and what it did. And he talked to me about, in the old days, they used to find areas that were really dry in that, and they would burn it so it would be regrowth in that. So we do look into those things. And if the habitat is on the caribou, it is an asset, a value, so it's a value to us. We look at that, we try to fight the fires there as best we can, because caribou are important, so is their environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Mumphy.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Since 2009, we have caribou restriction in place, and our people need to know because we do rely on caribou. That's why I'm asking. And this is where they fail to work closely with the traditional knowledge. We do need those people. ECC needs to be working with the Indigenous government and traditional knowledge keeper, so that they can be informed of what is happening with our caribou. And we do rely on that. So that's why I asked. And Mr. Speaker, okay, this is another question that I don't mean to be disrespectful in a time like this, okay? And I know it's too early to ask. And I don't know if MACA can answer me this or Minister of Finance. And I want to know how much money have we spent to evacuations? And if all this money was spent to fire breakers, just like my colleague said here, knowing it is going to be dry season with less precipitation, we did not need to evacuate and respond to the fire as it started. Respond to the fire as it started. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Mumphy. Minister responsible for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you. I'm going to answer the caribou question. The other one is a different one, and I'll respond to that later, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in regards to the caribou, to traditional knowledge, we work with our Indigenous governments about caribou. We talk about that. We talk about how we protect it. We talk about the environment. We see where the area is that we need to protect. What we need to do is to make sure our caribou survives for generations to come. So it's just not now. Yes, we have had the mobile zone, but that there was what we worked with the Indigenous governments on there. In regards to the complexity of the questions about how much money is spent in that, we're going to have to take that as notice because we still don't have that information, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Final short supplementary. Member for Mumphy.
Thank you. Yeah, with the climate change here now.
Sorry, the Minister took that on notice. So, yeah, I know, but it's taken as notice. So moving on. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Frame Lake and the Minister for MACA for answering the questions, and I look forward to an after-action review, and I'm happy to hear that the public's involved. Although I just have a few clarifying questions on why exactly the City of Yellowknife evacuation order was issued by the N.W.T. and what exactly occurred in that very rapid 24-hour period there. So my first question is for the Minister of MACA. Can he explain why all the other communities were community evacuation orders, but the capital region was done by the N.W.T, why that was the case? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for MACA.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is probably going to be a little bit longer answer, and I apologize to the House, but you need to get the information out there. The N.W.T used the territorial state of emergency. The decision was based on a combination of multiple factors and not one factor. They included, starting in May, the N.W.T had already experienced multiple community evacuations. In 1 week and alone, just before Yellowknife evacuation orders had been issued, Enterprise, Fort Smith, Hay River, Jean Marie, Kaddichi First Nation had also been been evacuated, and we've also seen the devastation that had happened in Enterprise. Very aggressive and unpredicted wildfire behavior near Yellowknife area was causing significant concerns to very knowledgeable firefighters. Previous wildfires had impacted critical infrastructure like the fiber optic link, highways, impacting communications and transit corridor. The fire break that we see around Yellowknife today were not in place when those evacuation orders were issued. There were potentially risks to the highway and airport given the current fire conditions. There were many factors that led to Yellowknife evacuation, but ultimately the right decision was made. Given the same information, that I had today from yesterday, or when we did it. I do it again and twice on Sunday, Mr. Speaker. The city is right from their perspective. The N.W.T. Health and Services is right from their perspective. But the N.W.T. had considered all perspectives, the fire conditions, one road, one airport, system capacity, etc. Conversations about what said when are largely irrelevant because of how quickly the situation changed from Sunday to Thursday, the day before the Yellowknife evacuation. But the city did formally ask for assistance with its shelter in place and a scenario for a city evacuation on the 15th, the day before the evacuation order was issued. Mr. Speaker, NWTHSSA was focusing on the hospital. They had patients there, they had long-term patients. They also had 60 evacuees from Hay River and Fort Smith that they had to get out there. So to do a shelter in place and to set up an evacuation center, they would not be able to do that. So when the city came to us, we sat there and looked at everything. We looked at every avenue, what the situation was happening, and we made the decision that we had the time to evacuate the community. We give the 48 hours to get the community out because the fire was coming, 15 and 11. 85 was burning as well. These situations were occurring. If 15 and 11 connected, that highway would have been closed off. Then we would have problems with air quality in for our residents. We'd also have the problem of getting to use the airport because we were seeing it and the predictions were that Saturday it was going to hit and we're going to see all the problems there. So that's why the decision was made moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that answer, and I appreciate the minister made the decision and he stands by it. I guess I'm still a little confused about the jurisdictional question. Hay River has issued multiple evacuations in the last couple of years, and it's always the town of Hay River. And there's an understanding that's who does it. I don't believe we would ever step in front and evacuate their town without them doing that first, but that's what occurred in Yellowknife. And I'm just wondering, God forbid we ever have an evacuation, whose call is it at the end of the day? And is there a reason that the exception was made in Yellowknife? For all the reasons the minister just said, it seems to me he could have gone, Mayor, I'm asking you to issue an evacuation order. That's the chain of how we did this everywhere else. So I'm just, is going forward that's what we would do? Or is it when we evacuate the capital, it's a N.W.T. decision? Is that our current process? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for MACA.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, it's the community. Hay River evacuated that. They called evacuation. What happened there, we declared a state of emergency. We declared a state of emergency not because of just Yellowknife. We had N.W.T being threatened. We had Kikisa. We had Jean Marie. We evacuated Hay River, Fort Smith, and Acknowledgements First Nation, Enterprise. We were seeing, we're not like Alberta. We don't have all these aircrafts that we needed, and we were sitting there seeing that we needed to get these aircrafts to be able to do that. Part of the evacuation order or the state of emergency was to be able for us to get the tools that we needed. So we were able to declare the state of emergency. Then we looked at it. At TMO, we brought in the federal government. So the process, it starts out local, goes region, territories, and then we look at the federal or ask our counterparts across the country to work with us. We had a situation where we had the military in with us. We had the situation where we were looking at sheltering in place. That wasn't a viable option. So at that point in time, we declared it with the state of emergency. Hay River, Fort Smith, Acknowledgements, we were not under a state of emergency at that point in time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North. Questions. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. These questions for the Minister of ECC. I'd ask the Minister, have any assessors visited the communities that had structural damage to assess those damages as of today? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Haver South, Minister responsible for Environment and Climate Change.
Municipal and Community Affairs, but yes. So we've had assessors come into Petrico. We've had assessors, or we still have assessors in Enterprise. And then we would then be, once we've done Enterprise, we would go on to Paradise Gardens that were impacted, those homes there, and then also Patterson. So we do have the assessors in there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once the assessors do their job and information is gathered, who will be responsible for working with those businesses and persons who had structure and equipment damage by the fire? Will it be Pathfinders? Who will it be? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Haver South. Minister responsible for Mecca.
Thank you. I think the member answered his question. He's correct, but it depends. If it's an insurance company, which with the insurance company, if they don't have insurance, it would be with the Pathfinders. And we are looking at trying to get a Pathfinder strictly for Enterprise, because what we found is having Pathfinders specifically in the communities that were impacted seem to be working better than not. So we are looking at getting a Pathfinder force specifically for Enterprise. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, considering that we still have, I think, quite a few files left over from the flood that that haven't been completed, haven't even started to be actioned yet, and we do have, I think, 3 Pathfinders in Hay River, and I'm not sure what we have for staff here. But now with the fires and the magnitude of what happened in the South Slave, will there be additional staff added in the South Slave to help people deal with their claims? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Haver South. Minister responsible for Mecca.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So right now we're adding an additional one right now, but as we see fit, if there's more demand and we're seeing we need more Pathfinders, and then we will look into that. Right now, we feel we have enough Pathfinders right now, whether it's here in the city or in Hay River, part of that team. But we are adding an additional one right now to help with that Enterprise file. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary. Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there seems to be some confusion, or there has been anyway, right from the start when we put Pathfinders in place, as to who is actually making decisions to either approve or decline applications. I think that's very important, so that when people are going to see a Pathfinder, sometimes they think the Pathfinder is the one who might be approving an application, but I don't. My sense is that it's not them. So I'd ask the Minister to provide, I guess, me with a flow chart of the process of who is responsible for the different aspects of the application as it goes from when it gets taken in to when it's finally approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Haver South. Minister responsible for Mecca.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know if he's asking me to provide one or to talk about it now. So the member is asking me to provide a flow chart. Yeah, we will work on that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Colleagues, our time for oral questions has expired. Written questions. Written questions. Return to written questions. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a return to written question number 65-19-2 asked by the member for Frame Lake on May 25th, 2023 regarding public-private partnership projects, capital and operating costs and revenues. Mr. Speaker, I have a return to written question number 66-19-2 asked by the member for Great Slave on June 1st, 2023 regarding the Government of the Northwest Territories or N.W.T intervention on Federal Bill C-92. Mr. Speaker, I have a return to written question number 67-19-2, asked by the member for Tune-Day-Welleday on June 1st, 2023, regarding unresolved matters of federal Indian Day schools. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Returns to written questions. Returns to written questions. Colleagues, we'll take a short recess. Replies to Commissioner's Address. Replies to Commissioner's Address. Petitions. Petitions. Reports of committees on the review of bills. Oh. What's that?
Mr. Speaker, your committee would like to report on its consideration of Bill 65, Builders Lien Act. Bill 65 received second reading in the Legislative Assembly on November 3, 2022, and was referred to the Standing Committee on Social Development for review. On January 18, 2023, the Standing Committee held a public hearing with the Minister of Justice. At the public hearing, the Minister made a commitment to conduct further engagement with the public. Following this, committee sought an extension of the review period under Rule 8.3(2). Over the next several months, committee engaged extensively with the department to consider several potential amendments. Committee acknowledges significant progress was made, but could not agree on a path forward on several key areas of this bill. Mr. Speaker, on June 29, 2023, committee held a clause-by-clause with the minister, at which time committee passed a motion to report the bill as not ready to proceed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Camlake. Reports of committees on the review of bills. Reports of committees on the review of bills. Member for Ditcho.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. Your committee would like to report on its consideration of Bill 74, Forest Act. Bill 74 is unique because it is the first bill to be developed collaboratively with the Indigenous governments and co-management bodies. That means the bill is also the first legislation to be reviewed under the Process Convention for the introduction, consideration, and enactment of bills drafted pursuant to the Intergovernmental Council Legislative Development Protocol. Bill 74 received second reading in the Legislative Assembly on March 9, 2023, and was referred to the Standing Committee on Economic Development and Environment for review. Also on March 9, 2023, committee received approval from the House to extend its review of the bill from the standard 120 days to 180 days to allow for more collaboration with Indigenous governments. The Standing Committee held a public briefing on this bill with the Minister of Environment and Climate Change and an Intergovernmental Council representative on April 28, 2023. Following that, committee held 4 public hearings around the territory and received 6 written submissions. After careful consideration of feedback received, committee negotiated numerous motions with the departmental staff and the Indigenous governments that were members of the technical working group to amend Bill 74 to address committee's concerns with the bill. The clause-by-clause review of Bill 74 took place on August 11, 2023. Committee proposed 28 motions to amend the bill. The minister concurred with 22 of those motions. Mr. Speaker, the committee reports that Bill 74, Forest Act, is ready for consideration in Committee of the Whole as amended and reprinted. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Ditcho. Reports of committees on the review of bills. Member for Camlake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, your committee would like to report on its consideration of Bill 75, Council for Women and Gender Diversity Act. Bill 75 received second reading in the Legislative Assembly on March 9, 2023, and was referred to the Standing Committee on Social Development for review. On June 28, 2023, the Standing Committee held a public hearing with the Minister responsible for the status of women. Also in attendance was the Board of the Status of Women Council of the Northwest Territories. Committee received 1 written submission from the Northern Mosaic Network. Committee heard from stakeholders and was concerned about the need for collaboration among stakeholder entities to advance gender equality, lack of definitions of key terms, lack of preamble in the bill, and concern that the purpose of the bill falls short on addressing key issues not limiting to core funding mechanisms enshrined in legislation, appointment of council members, and diversity of board representation. Finally, there was desire to retain the original name of the Act. For these reasons, committee cannot support the bill at this time. On September 21st, 2023, committee held a clause-by-clause review of the bill with the minister, at which time committee passed a motion to report the bill is not ready to proceed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Camlake. Reports of committees on the review of bills. Member for Ditcho.
Mr. Speaker, your committee would like to report on its consideration of Bill 78, Waste Reduction and Resource Recovery Act. Bill 78 received second reading in the Legislative Assembly on March 29, 2023, and was referred to the Standing Committee on Economic Development and Environment for review. On June 1, 2023, the Standing Committee held a public hearing of the bill with the Minister of Environment and Climate Change. The committee held a clause-by-clause review of Bill 78 on July 5, 2023. The committee proposed 5 motions to amend Bill 78 and was pleased that the Minister of Environment and Climate Change concurred with all 5. The changes to Bill 78 were in regards to making more information publicly available and reinforcing the establishment of advisory committees. Mr. Speaker, the committee reports that Bill 78, Waste Reduction and Resource Recovery Act, is ready for consideration in Committee of the Whole as amended and reprinted. Merci.
Thank you, member for Ditcho. Reports of committees on the review of bills. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your committee would like to report on its consideration of Bill 80, Dental Hygienists Profession Statutes Amendment Act. Bill 80, a private member's bill advanced by the MLA for Graham Lake, received second reading in the Legislative Assembly on March 30th, 2023, and was referred to the Standing Committee on Social Development for review. The Standing Committee held a public hearing in Yellowknife on May 12, 2023. Committee heard from 2 stakeholders and received 2 written submissions on the bill. On August 3, 2023, committee held a clause-by-clause review of the bill with the sponsoring member and moved 2 motions to amend dates for implementing the regulation of dental hygienists. Mr. Speaker, the committee reports that Bill 80, Dental Hygienists Profession Statutes Amendment Act, is ready for consideration in Committee of the Whole. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Great Slave. Reports of committees on the review of bills. Member for Camlake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, your committee would like to report on its consideration of Bill 81, an Act to amend the Education Act No. 2. Bill 81 received second reading in the Legislative Assembly on March 30th, 2023, and was referred to the Standing Committee on Social Development for review. The Standing Committee held a public hearing in Yellowknife on May 31st, 2023. The committee then traveled to Inuvik, Norman Wells, and Delaney from June 6th to the 9th, 2023, for further engagement on the bill. Committee held a clause-by-clause review of the bill with the Minister of Education, Culture, and Employment on August 15, 2023. Mr. Speaker, the committee reports that Bill 81, an Act to amend the Education Act No. 2, is ready for consideration in Committee of the Whole. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Camlake. Reports of committees on the review of bills. Member for Ditcho.
Mr. Speaker, your committee would like to report on its consideration of Bill 84, excuse me, an Act to amend the Northwest Territories Business Development and Investment Corporation Act. Bill 84 received second reading in the Legislative Assembly on March 30th, 2023, and was referred to the Standing Committee on Economic Development and Environment for review. Committee proceeded by distributing stakeholder letters and holding a public hearing in Yellowknife on May 10, 2023, where committee heard from members of the public and from the Minister of Industry, Tourism and Investment, alongside the Chief Executive Officer of the Business Development and Investment Corporation. Committee had concerns about the corporation's board composition and developed an amendment to address this. Through public engagement, committee also heard concerns from stakeholders about the rebranding efforts. What committee found was a lack of clear public information about the rebranding efforts of the corporation. This, in combination with a board that needs better representation of the entire territory, led committee to its final decision about the readiness of Bill 84 to continue the legislative process. Mr. Speaker, the committee reports that Bill 84, an act to amend the Northwest Territories Business Development and Investment Corporation Act, is not ready for consideration in committee of the whole. Merci.
Thank you, Member for Decho. Report of committees on review of bills. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your committee would like to report on its consideration of Bill 85, United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Implementation Act. Bill 85 received second reading in the Legislative Assembly on March 30th, 2023, and was referred to the Standing Committee on Government Operations for review. On September 20th, 2023, the committee held a public hearing with the Minister of Executive and Indigenous Affairs on this bill and completed its clause-by-clause review. Mr. Speaker, the committee reports that Bill 85, United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Implementation Act, is ready for consideration in Committee of the Whole as amended and reprinted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Reports of committees on review of bills. Member for Decho.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. Your committee would like to report on its consideration of Bill 93, Practice of Engineering, Geoscience, and Applied Science Technology Act. Bill 93 received second reading in the Legislative Assembly on June 2nd, 2023, and was referred to the Standing Committee on Economic Development and Environment for review. The Standing Committee held a public hearing on July 18, 2023, where it heard from the Minister of Infrastructure and the Northwest Territories Association of Professional Engineers and Geoscientists. The Standing Committee completed its clause-by-clause review on July 25, 2023, where it proposed one amendment regarding publishing more information online. The Minister concurred with committee's amendment. Mr. Speaker, the committee reports that Bill 93, Practice of Engineering, Geoscience, and Applied Science Technology Act, is ready for consideration in Committee of the Whole as amended and reprinted. Merci.
Thank you, Member for Decho. Reports of committees on review of bills. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, your committee would like to report on its consideration of Bill 94, Miscellaneous Statute Law Amendment Act 2023. Bill 94 received second reading in the Legislative Assembly on June 2nd, 2023, and was referred to the Standing Committee on Social Development for review. On June 29th, 2023, the Standing Committee held a clause-by-clause reading with the Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, the committee reports that Bill 94, Miscellaneous Statute Law Amendment Act 2023, is ready for consideration in Committee of the Whole. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Reports of committees on review of bills. Reports of committees on review of bills. Reports of standing and special committees. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Standing Committee on Government Operations is pleased to provide its report on Bill 85, United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Implementation Act, and commends it to the House. Mr. Speaker, I'll read the first 3 pages of the report and then deem the rest read. Introduction and background. Bill 85, United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Implementation Act, received second reading on March 30th, 2023, and was referred to the Standing Committee on Government Operations for review. The United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples is a comprehensive international human rights instrument. The declaration sets out the minimum standards to ensure the survival, dignity, and well-being of Indigenous peoples. Bill 85 follows the calls to action from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada and calls for justice from the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls, which calls on all levels of government to implement the declaration. In 2019, the Legislative Assembly established a mandate for the Government of the Northwest Territories, directing it to prioritize this work. The Legislative Assembly then set up a special committee on reconciliation and Indigenous affairs to seek and encourage discussions on implementing the declaration within the Northwest Territories. SCRIA delivered an interim What We Heard report and a final report with recommendations. Bill 85 is a historic piece of legislation. It is the third of its kind in Canada, following similar legislation in British Columbia and at the federal level through the Government of Canada. The bill was developed in partnership between the N.W.T and Indigenous governments and organizations through a working group of officials. The bill is also linked to a separate Memorandum of Understanding that lays out a collaborative approach to implement the declaration. As of May 2023, the GNWT and 10 of 15 IGOs had signed the MOU. Bill 85 affirms that the declaration applies in the Northwest Territories. The GNWT will have to take all reasonable measures to ensure its laws and their interpretation and application are consistent with the declaration. Bill 85 also provides a framework for the GNWT and IGOs to collaborate and cooperate on implementing the declaration. Among other things, this framework requires a statement of consistency to be released with most new legislation to explain whether new laws are consistent with the declaration. Sets up an action plan committee with members from the GNWT and IGOs to co-develop a work plan on making existing laws and policies consistent with the declaration, and affirms the authority of the GNWT to enter into shared decision-making agreements with IGOs. This report summarizes committee's review of Bill 85, starting with our engagement with IGOs, the GNWT, and the public. This report also describes committee's efforts to strengthen Bill 85, including 13 motions to amend the bill, 10 of which were adopted at the clause-by-clause review, and 8 recommendations. Public engagement. In April 2023, the committee received a public briefing from the Premier and her staff on Bill 85. The Premier's presentation is included in Appendix A. Between May 2023 and July 2023, committee engaged the public. Our approach to engagement is described in Appendix B. Committee hosted public meetings in Fort Simpson, Lidley-Quay, Fort Smith, Tabacha, Yellowknife, Sambake, Tuktoyaktuk, and Nuvik, and Delaney. Committee also set out to travel to Hay River, which the Hay River and area Métis Local 51 had also specifically requested. When this summer's wildfires disrupted our public engagement plans, committee held a virtual public briefing with Métis Local 51 instead. About 50 people from across the Northwest Territories participated in these meetings. Committee also sought written submissions on Bill 85. We sent over 100 targeted engagement letters to IGOs, local governments, advocacy associations, and nonprofit organizations. Committee received detailed submissions from the First Nations Child and Family Caring Society, the First Nations Financial Management Board, the City of Yellowknife, and the Hay River and Area Local Métis 51. These 4 submissions are included in Appendix C. The Gwich'in Tribal Council also provided a confidential submission to facilitate committee's discussion and review. Committee appreciates everyone who offered their feedback at public meetings and in written submissions. Their participation demonstrates a commitment to promote the inherent rights of Dene, Métis, and Inuvialuit peoples in the Northwest Territories. Most participants welcomed Bill 85 as a positive step to advance Indigenous peoples' rights and offered thoughtful ideas to improve the bill, the action plan, and the GNWT's approach to implementing the declaration more generally. The important themes and committee's thoughts on those themes were: 1. Honoring existing treaties. Work to implement the declaration must respect the provisions of existing treaties and agreements. Seed and sender clauses should be removed from existing land claims. Committee agrees. Members have asked the Premier not to put seed and surrender clauses into land and resource agreements, but have not received a commitment to take out such clauses from existing agreements. 2. Stronger language on Indigenous rights and roles. Bill 85 should ensure the action plan is drafted with IGOs holding the pen and is implemented in accordance with free, prior, and informed consent. The preamble should state that the GNWT will implement the declaration rather than should. The bill should cite substantive equality as a guiding principle. Committee notes that the action plan must be prepared through the Action Plan Committee, which we find is sufficient to ensure IGO participation in the drafting. Regarding free, prior, informed consent, the committee is unclear on how the GNWT intends to interpret and implement FPIC. Clarity matters around this area because, as SCRIA observed, people have different views on what FPIC means and operationalizing consent was stressed as the most important mechanism to realize reconciliation. Committee is concerned at the risk of people being uncertain or disappointed in the absence of clear interpretation of EPIC. Committee is making a recommendation on this theme. Specific action plan contents. The action plan should have to include specific measures to confirm rights, devolve jurisdiction, build institutional capacity, strengthen fiscal autonomy, set service standards, and facilitate nation-to-nation relationships. The action plan should also be an optional pathway to self-government. Committee agrees and is making a recommendation on this theme. Number 4, accountability. Bill 85 should include further accountability mechanisms beyond the annual report and the 5-year review. Committee agrees and passed an amendment on this theme. 5, funding support. The G&W.T should set up a funding framework for the Action Plan Committee and fund IGOs to build their capacity on implementing the declaration. Committee agrees and is making a recommendation on this theme. 6, definition of Indigenous government or organization. Some participants found the bill's definition of IGO too open-ended, while others felt that the G&W.T is failing to recognize all Indigenous groups in the Northwest Territories, specifically the Métis Local 51. Committee agrees that the bill's definition of IGO is too open-ended. Committee was unclear whether the bill's definition could range from Indigenous governments to corporations and voluntary societies. Committee suggested an amendment to provide greater certainty that an IGO must be a rights-bearing organization and as selected by Indigenous peoples to represent them. The government indicated they would not concur, and committee did not pursue the amendment at the clause-by-clause review. Committee notes the lack of a consistent approach across government to this definition, which was highlighted in the review of Bill 65, Builders Lien Act. Committee believes the G&W.T's inconsistent approach will cause problems in the future. 7, G&W.T intervention in the federal court case. The G&W.T's intervention in a federal court case to challenge whether Indigenous law can prevail over provincial and territorial for child and family services is disappointing and contrary to the principles of the Declaration. Committee also finds the G&W.T's approach to the court case hard to reconcile with its commitment to implement the Declaration. We hope the forthcoming ruling will make this situation less likely in the future. 8, institutional skepticism. Some participants were skeptical the G&W.T would meaningfully implement the Declaration. Some participants were also concerned about a perceived lack of transparency of the Council of Leaders, Article 46 of the Declaration, and the trustworthiness of the United Nations more generally. Committee notes these concerns, which highlight the necessity for policy work to implement the Declaration to tangibly improve the well-being of Indigenous residents, individually and collectively. In Tuktoyaktuk, for example, residents wanted to know how Bill 85 would help revitalize N.W.T and ensure access to basic dental services. Actions to implement the declarations should start right away and not be on hold until the action plan is finalized in 2 years. A more detailed summary of these themes is included in Appendix D. Committee encourages the G&W.T, IGOs, and the Action Plan Committee to consider this input during the next steps to implement the declaration. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for the Bacha, that the remainder of Committee Report 55-19-2, Standing Committee on Government Operations Report on the Review of Bill 85, United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People Implementation Act, be deemed read and printed and answered in its entirety. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. Motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. Committee report is deemed read. Member for Yellowknife North.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Thabasha, that Committee Report 55-19-2, Standing Committee on Government Operations Report on the Review of Bill 85, United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Implementation Act, be received by the Assembly and referred to the Committee of the Whole. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. Motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? Motion is carried. Bill 85 will be moved into Committee of the Whole. Reports of standing and special committees. Member for Kamloops. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, your Standing Committee on Social Development is pleased to provide its report on the review of Bill 65, Builders Lien Act. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Great Slave, that Committee Report 57-19 brackets 2 be deemed read and printed in Hansard in its entirety. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favour? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. The committee report is deemed read. Reports of standing and special committees. Member for Kamloops.
I move, seconded by the member for Great Slave, that Committee Report 57-19 brackets 2, Standing Committee on Social Development report on the review of Bill 65, Builders Lien Act, be received and adopted by the Assembly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Kamloops. Motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favour? All those opposed? Any abstentions? Motion is carried. Reports of standing and special committees. Reports of standing and special committees. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Standing Committee on Social Development is pleased to provide its report on review of Bill 80, Dental Hygienists Profession Statute Amendment Act. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Montfouille, that Committee Report 60-19 brackets 2, Standing Committee on Social Development report on the review of Bill 80, Dental Hygienists Profession Statute Amendment Act, be deemed read and printed in Hansard in its entirety. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Great Slave. The motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favour? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. Bill 80 was deemed read. Reports of standing and special committees. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, your Standing Committee on Social Development is pleased to provide its report on the review of Bill 77, Nursing Profession Act. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Great Slave, that Committee Report 59-19 brackets 2, Standing Committee on Social Development report on the review of Bill 77, Nursing Profession Act, be deemed read and printed in Hansard in its entirety. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favour? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. Reports of standing and special committees. Reports of standing and special committees. Member for Kamloops.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Great Slave, that Committee Report 59-19 brackets 2, Standing Committee on Social Development report on the review of Bill 77, Nursing Profession Act, be received and adopted by the Assembly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. The motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favour? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. Reports of standing and special committees. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, your Standing Committee on Social Development is pleased to provide its report on the review of Bill 82, Legal Professions Act. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Great Slave, that Committee Report 58-19 brackets 2 be deemed read and printed in Hansard in its entirety. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. The motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favour? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. Bill 82 is deemed read and moved into Hansard. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Montfouille, that Committee Report 60-19 bracket 2, Standing Committee on Social Development report on the review of Bill 80, Dental Hygienists Profession Statute Amendment Act, be received and adopted by the Assembly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Great Slave. The motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favour? All those opposed? Any abstentions? Motion is carried. Member for Kemley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Great Slave, that Committee Report 58-19 brackets 2, Standing Committee on Social Development Report on the Review of Bill 82, Legal Professions Act, be received and adopted by the Assembly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Kamlake. The motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favour? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. Reports of standing and special committees. Member for Ditchu.
Mr. Speaker, your Standing Committee on Economic Development and Environment is pleased to provide its report on Bill 74, Forest Act, and commends it to the House. Report on Bill 74, the Forest Act. Executive Summary. The Standing Committee on Economic Development and Environment Committee was tasked with reviewing Bill 74, the Forest Act, in the final year of the 19th Legislative Assembly. The committee reviewed Government of the Northwest Territories policies, programs, and legislation related to forest management, as Bill 74 is intended to change how the N.W.T manages and protects forests, communities, and values threatened by wildfire. The committee traveled to 4 communities during its review and engaged with stakeholders and the public at large. The committee recognizes that Bill 74 is the first legislation to be developed collaboratively with Indigenous governments and co-management bodies in accordance with the Intergovernmental Council on Land and Resource Management Legislative Development Protocol. Bill 74 is also the first legislation to be reviewed under the Process Convention for the introduction, consideration, and enactment of bills drafted pursuant to the Intergovernmental Council Legislative Development Protocol. While this is first for the N.W.T, the territory is the only jurisdiction in Canada where the legislative branch of government reviews laws not just with the executive branch but also with Indigenous governments. Committee also considered this precedent-setting legislation. The input we received and reflected on the review process generally. All this information informs a range of recommendations to the N.W.T with the intent and purpose of improving forest management and wildlife prevention in the N.W.T. Recommendation 1. Standing Committee on Economic Development and Environment recommends that the N.W.T undertake an independent third-party comprehensive review of N.W.T fire prevention and suppression with public engagement. This review should consider the policy framework, coordination with other governments and agencies, funding to these activities, as well as departmental practices concerning firefighter safety. Findings of the review be made publicly available on the N.W.T website. Recommendation number 2. Standing Committee on Economic Development and Environment recommends that the Department review what information it can and should provide regarding its internal interactive fire databases, its communication efforts, and how information is presented and organized on its website to improve access to and knowledge of the fire prevention and suppression activities and practices. Recommendation number 3. Standing Committee on Economic Development and Environment recommends that there be an annual meeting between relevant N.W.T departmental staff in each community to review values at risk, fire prevention and suppression preparedness, coordination of efforts, and related matters. Recommendation number 4. Standing Committee on Economic Development and Environment recommends that representatives from technical working groups should meet with standing committees earlier in the process, closer to the beginning of the co-drafting process, to discuss opportunities to share information on policy options and policy intentions for resource management legislation. Recommendation number 5. Standing Committee on Economic Development and Environment recommends that if the overall legislative timeframe allows, there should be the ability to extend standing committee reviews of resource management bills to allow for completion of the collaborative review process. Recommendation number 6. Standing Committee on Economic Development and Environment recommends that exchanges between standing committees, the departments, and technical working groups on the review of resource management bills should be made public where possible and documented in committee reports on resource management bills. Recommendation number 7. Standing Committee on Economic Development and Environment recommends that departments undertaking the co-drafting of resource management legislation and regulations should secure additional resources for this process and conduct more robust public engagement. Recommendation number 8. Standing Committee on Economic Development and Environment recommends that departments undertaking the co-drafting of resource management legislation and regulations should share more information with the public about policy options and policy intentions and conduct public engagement earlier in the process, i.e., not wait until the end of the co-drafting process. Public engagement can and should run concurrently with the co-drafting process. Recommendation number 9. Standing Committee on Economic Development and Environment recommends that the Department of Environment and Climate Change prepare a detailed budget and work plan for continued co-development of regulations necessary for a new Forest Act, allowing for more public engagement on those regulations and the implementation of its new responsibilities under a new Forest Act.
Thank you, Member for Decho. Motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? Motion is carried. Member for Decho.
Confusing. Mr. Speaker, I moved, seconded by the member for Frame Lake, that the remainder of the committee report 62-19 brackets 2 be deemed read and printed and answered in its entirety. Must see, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Decho. The motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? Motion is carried. Committee report 74 is deemed read. Reports of standing and special committees. Member for Kamlik.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, your Standing Committee on Social Development is pleased to provide its report on the review of Bill 81, an act to amend the Education Act No. 2 and commence it to the House. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Great Slave, that the entirety of this report be deemed read and printed and answered in its entirety. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Kamlik. The motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? Motion is carried. Reports of standing and special committees. Reports of standing and special committees. Member for Dechu. Oh. Member for Decho.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Frame Lake, that Committee Report 62-19 brackets 2, Standing Committee on Economic Development and Environment Report on the review of Bill 74 Forest Act be received by the Assembly and referred to Committee of the Whole. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Decho. Motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favour? All those opposed? Any abstentions? Motion is carried. Reports of standing and special committees. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Great Slave, that Committee Report 61-19 brackets 2, Standing Committee on Social Development Report on the review of Bill 81, an act to amend the Education Act No. 2, be received by the Assembly and referred to Committee of the Whole. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Kamloops. The motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favour? All those opposed? Any abstentions? Motion is carried. Committee report is deemed read. Reports of standing and special committees. Member for Kamloops.
I have nothing else.
All right. Reports of standing and special committees. Member for Decho.
Mr. Speaker, your Standing Committee on Economic Development and Environment is pleased to provide its report on review of Bill 78, Waste Reduction and Resource Recovery Act. And Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Frame Lake, that Committee Report 63-19 brackets 2, Standing Committee on Economic Development and Environment report on the review of Bill 78, Waste Reduction and Resource Recovery Act, be deemed read and printed in Hansard in its entirety.
Decho, the motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favour? All those opposed? Any abstentions? Motion is carried. Committee report 78 is deemed read. Reports of standing and special committees. Member for Decho.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Frame Lake, that Committee Report 63-19 brackets 2, Standing Committee on Economic Development and Environment report on the review of Bill 78, Waste Reduction and Resource Recovery Act be received and adopted by the Assembly. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Decho. The motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favour? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. Committee report has been received and adopted. Reports of standing and special committees. Member for Decho.
Mr. Speaker, your Standing Committee on Economic Development and Environment is pleased to provide its report on review of Bill 84, an act to amend the Northwest Territories Business Development and Investment Corporation Act. And Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Frame Lake, that Committee Report 64-19 brackets 2, Standing Committee on Economic Development and Environment report on the review of Bill 84, an act to amend the Northwest Territories Business Development and Investment Corporation Act, be deemed read and printed in Hansard in its entirety. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
The motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favour? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. Committee report is deemed read. Reports of standing and special committees. Member for Decho.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Frame Lake, that Committee Report 64-19 brackets 2, Standing Committee on Economic Development and Environment report on review of Bill 84, an act to amend the Northwest Territories Business Development and Investment Corporation Act, be received and adopted by the Assembly. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Decho. The motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favour? All those opposed? Any abstentions? Motion is carried. Bill 84 is received and adopted. Reports of standing and special committees. Reports of standing and special committees. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Minister responsible for finance.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following 8 documents. 2024-2025 capital estimates. Supplementary estimates, operation expenditures, number 3, 2023-2024. Follow-up letter for oral questions, 1333-19 bracket 2, interoperability of Government of the Northwest Territories systems. Follow-up letter for oral questions, 1340-19 brackets 2, Indigenous employment policy. Follow-up letter for oral question, 1451-19 bracket 2, Northern resident travel deduction. Follow-up letter for oral question, 1474-19 bracket 2, audit report and unspent funds on internet connectivity. Follow-up letter for oral question 1488-19 bracket 2, N.W.T Indigenous language system. And follow-up letter for oral question 1557-19 bracket 2, land leases. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Tabling of documents. Madam Premier.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following 5 documents. The final report of the mandate of the Government of the Northwest Territories 2019 to 2023, letter to Prime Minister regarding MLA concerns respecting Cosmo 954, effects on health and safety, follow-up letter for oral question 1321-19 brackets 2, housing crisis in the N.W.T, follow-up letter for oral question 1464-19 brackets 2, federal day school, and follow-up letter for oral question 1541-19 brackets 2, Government of the Northwest Territories committed to the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples implementation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Minister responsible for justice.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following 2 documents. Follow-up letter for oral question 1510-19 brackets 2, searching for Frank Grubin, and follow-up letter for oral question 1515-19 brackets 2, transparency of corporate registries. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Minister responsible for infrastructure.
D, I wish to table the following document, a follow-up letter for oral questions 1519-19 bracket 2, resurfacing Fort Smith Airport runway. Thank you, Okakti.
Thank you, Minister. Tabling of documents. Minister, member for Framley.
Merci. Like the promotion, Mr. Speaker. Merci, Monsieur le Président. I have the 5 following documents to table. Letter from MLA Frame Lake to Intergovernmental Council Secretariat regarding Bill 29 dated July 14th, 2023. Second one, Mr. Speaker, letter from MLA Frame Lake to Non-Intergovernmental Council Indigenous Governments regarding Bill 29 dated July 14th, 2023. Information and Privacy Commissioner Review Report and Order dated May 26, 2023. ITI Decision Letter dated June 26, 2023. Observations on ITI ATIP Meeting Summaries revised August 2023. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, revised N.W.T Chamber of Mines Meeting Summaries with additional information. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Colleagues, I wish to table the report of the Integrity Commissioner of the investigation into a complaint made by the Honourable Shane Thompson, MLA, alleging that Ms. Katrina Knockleby, MLA, has breached the Members' Code of Conduct. Tabling of documents. Members, in accordance with Section 266.1 brackets 1 of the Elections and Plebiscites Act, I wish to table the elections N.W.T. 2022-2023 Annual Report. Tabling of documents pursuant to Section 43 of the Ombudsman Act, I hereby table Speaking Up for Fairness, the 2022-2023 Annual Report of the Northwest Territories Ombudsman. Tabling of documents pursuant to Section 43, brackets 3 of the Ombudsman Act, I hereby table the Northwest Territories Ombudsman Special Report 1-2023, providing investigation updates. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Notices of motion. Notices of motion. Minister responsible for finance.
Mr. Speaker, I give notice that on Friday, September 29th, 2023, I will move the following motion. Now, therefore, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Yellowknife Centre, that the Government of the Northwest Territories should agree to receive revenues from an excise duty in respect of the Northwest Territories as imposed as part of the federally legislated vaping products excise tax. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bless you. Thank you, Minister. Notices of motion. Member for Thabacha.
Mr. Speaker, I give notice that on Friday, September the 29th, I will move the following motion. I move, second by the Honourable Member for Hay River North, that when this House adjourns on Friday, September 29, 2023, it shall be adjourned until Tuesday, September the 3rd, 2023. And furthermore, that at any time prior to October 3rd, 2023, if the Speaker is satisfied after consultation with the Executive Council and members of the Legislative Assembly that the public interest requires that the House should meet at an earlier time during the adjournment or at a time later than the scheduled resumption of the House, the Speaker may give notice, and thereupon the House shall meet at the time stated in such notice and shall transact its business as if it has been duly adjourned to that time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Thabacha. Notices of motion. Notices of motion. Motions. Motions. Notices of motion for the first reading of bills. Notices of motion for the first reading of bills. First reading of bills. First reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Consideration Committee of the Whole of Bills and Other Matters, Bill 23, 29, 77, and 82. Committee Report 52-19 brackets 2. Minister's Statement 264-19 brackets 2. Table Document 681-19 brackets 2. Table Document 973 and 974-19 brackets 2 with Member for Nivicton Lake Signature.
I now call Committee of the Whole to order. What is the wish of committee? Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Committee wishes to consider Bills 29, 77, and 82, and table document 973-19 brackets 2, capital estimates 2024-2025. Merci.
Thank you. Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. We'll take a short recess and resume with the first item. I'll now call Committee of the Whole back to order. Committee has agreed to consider Bill 29, Resource Royalty Information Disclosure Statute Amendment Act. We'll ask the sponsoring member to introduce the bill. Member for Frame Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for the opportunity to offer opening remarks on Bill 29. I just first want to thank the law clerk who assisted with the research, drafting instructions, and legal advice in preparing the bill. I want to also acknowledge the work of the Department of Justice staff who assisted with the drafting of the bill. And I also want to acknowledge the separation of my role on the committee and as sponsor of the bill. I always declared a conflict of interest if the bill was discussed at committee. Madam Chair, I'm going to take a few minutes to actually go through a number of things, and I realize it's a 3-clause bill, but it's been a while since we've talked about this. So I'd like to talk about why this bill is necessary, what it does not do, the engagement that was undertaken, and to briefly respond to some concerns that I've heard. At the end, of course, I'll be pleased to try to answer any questions raised by committee. Let's start with why this bill is necessary. The current mineral and petroleum management legislation and regulations have been interpreted and applied in a manner that does not allow for the sharing of any royalty information with MLAs or Indigenous governments. The only information available to us and the public is in the public accounts and main estimates where combined resource royalties for mining and petroleum development are found on an annual basis. The Minister of Industry, Tourism and Investment initiated a review of the mining fiscal regime in October 2020. It's hard to see how a meaningful and comprehensive review can take place if more royalty information cannot be shared on a confidential basis with MLAs. Sharing information with regular MLAs is at the foundation of how our consensus-style government works. So what kind of royalty information might be helpful to know in reviewing the fiscal regime for mining? The only information on mining royalties held by N.W.T is that submitted on an annual royalty return form. It's 3 pages. I've looked it over. There's information there about mineral production for individual mines and the value of that production. Various deductions in the form of allowances and depreciation are recorded and calculated on those forms as well. In evaluating the performance of the current system and options that could improve or maximize retention of benefits, it would be helpful and perhaps even essential to be able to understand how deductions and allowances are used and what alternatives there may be. All of this can and should be done in a confidential manner to protect business interests, just as regular MLAs get confidential information on issues such as taxation, program changes, or infrastructure. This is how we make informed decisions in our consensus government system. There are still no publicly available proposals, plan, or schedule to fix this problem. There are still no concrete proposals for mining royalties or even improved public disclosure after 4 years of this Assembly. Bill 29 is my attempt to address this problem in the least intrusive manner possible by giving the Minister the ability to share royalty information on a confidential basis. I also thought and believe that if MLAs could get such information on a confidential basis, so should Indigenous governments. They fought very hard to get to the table in terms of co-drafting of legislation and regulations in the last Assembly, and that has now been formalized in the recent Legislative Development Protocol and Process Convention. What Bill 29 actually does. There are 3 small targeted changes to laws that govern mineral and petroleum rights administration. The language of the bill is modeled after what is already in the mining regulations as of June 1st, 2018, and the Mineral Resources Act, passed in 2019. There are already provisions in our legislation for royalty information to be shared within the Government of the Northwest Territories for, quote, use in the development and evaluation of policy for the N.W.T, end of quote. This means that royalty information is already available to be shared with Cabinet and other departments. This was modeled after what Ontario does. This bill would extend that possible sharing of royalty information to include MLAs and Indigenous governments who could receive it at the discretion of the ITI minister and with conditions to protect its confidentiality. Bill 29 does not provide for any public disclosure of royalty information. It does not require any additional reporting from the resource sector or industry. It does not allow MLAs or Indigenous governments to access any royalty or other confidential information from the private sector that has not already been disclosed to N.W.T. The bill simply gives discretion to the ITI minister to share royalty information with regular MLAs and Indigenous governments for the sole purpose of development and evaluation of policy for the N.W.T. and on a confidential basis. This is not unusual, as such information sharing is at the core of consensus government and our new way of working with Indigenous governments. I started work on this bill in February 2021. Research and drafting took until May, when a copy of the bill and a briefing note were provided to Cabinet and regular MLAs almost 4 weeks in advance of the May-June sitting. I invited comments and concerns and suggestions for changes. Nothing in writing was received. I acknowledge there was no engagement with Indigenous governments or industry about the bill before its introduction. This is a reflection of the limited resources available to regular MLAs and the available opportunities to introduce new legislation. At the same time, I was also concerned with review of the mining fiscal regime continuing without the ability to share royalty information. After the bill was referred to committee, I sent copies of the bill and a briefing note to the members of the Intergovernmental Council and non-IGC Indigenous governments with an offer to engage if there were any questions or concerns. No responses were received. I had informal meetings and exchanges with some Indigenous government staff and advisors over the summer of 2021. I also offered to meet with the Chamber of Mines. I also met with the ITI minister to better understand any concerns or issues there as well. I followed up with a further letter to Indigenous governments in July 2023, and I tabled those letters earlier today, but I did not get much feedback. Standing Committee could not reach agreement on how to proceed with the bill. However, Standing Committee did recommend that the bill should receive further consideration in Committee of the Whole when it reported back on November 23, 2021. What I heard and have seen from those discussions and the submissions on the bill are some of the following. Concerns that the private member's bill goes outside the legislative development protocol with Indigenous governments. I acknowledge this new way of working together, the minor nature of the changes in the bill, and the fact that they don't establish or take away any rights, but simply allow information sharing, appears to have generally addressed these concerns. There has been some support for the bill as it can enable an informed discussion of royalties and benefit retention. Some have suggested changes to the bill to make the provision of royalty information sharing mandatory. I continue to support discretionary authority for the minister as the least intrusive method of enabling royalty information sharing while protecting confidentiality. There is some misunderstanding of the scope, purpose, and nature of these changes proposed in Bill 29. This includes statements on duplication with federal reporting of extractive sector payments, sharing of information beyond royalties with the public or competitors, adding additional reporting by industry, and the timing of the bill with regard to the overall review of the mining fiscal regime. I've waited 4 years for the development of mining regulations to get to the point of detailed analysis of royalties, options, and public debate, but we are still not there yet, and time is running out on this Assembly. This bill is an interim step to ensure that there can be a thorough and informed review of mining and other resource royalties. I've concluded that it is still in the public interest to proceed with the bill to allow this work to take place in the next Assembly. This bill simply allows the ITI minister to share resource royalty information on a confidential basis with MLAs and Indigenous governments. Nothing more and nothing less. No public disclosure, no new reporting or sharing of other information. However, royalty information sharing with protection of confidentiality is consistent with how consensus government already functions and how we work with Indigenous governments. It will also support an informed review of the mining fiscal regime that is already underway and needs to be concluded in the 20th Assembly. Thanks for the chance to offer opening remarks, and I would be happy to answer any questions or concerns of committee. Merci, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member, do you have any witnesses to bring into the chamber?
Yes, I do, Madam Chair.
Sergeant Arm, please escort the witness to the chamber. Right, you're good? Okay. Member for Frame Lake, please introduce your witness.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I have Law Clerk Toby Kruger sitting next to me, who helped me develop and draft the bill. Thank you very much.
Welcome. I will now turn to the Chair of Standing Committee on Economic Development and Environment, the committee that reviewed the bill, for any opening comments on Bill 29.
Madam Chair, Bill 29, resource, what's that?
I'm going to have to stand.
I'm going to stand. So, a resource review and disclosure statement statute amendment to receive second reading in the Legislative Assembly on June 1st, 2021, was referred to Standing Committee on Economic Development and Environment for review. The Standing Committee was held a public hearing with the sponsoring member on September 15th, 2021. Presentations were provided from the N.W.T. and Nunavut Chamber of Mines, the Mining Association of Canada, the Department of Industry, Tourism and Investment. Through the public engagement period, committee also received submissions from the Clecho Government, Sawtooth Secretariat Incorporated, the N.W.T. Nunavut Chamber of Mines, the Mining Association of Canada, Arctic Canadian Diamond Company, the Explorers and Producers Association of Canada, and Alternatives North. Submissions of the bill were polarized and the industry was not supportive. Other stakeholders expressed support with intent to the bill. Members held varying positions. Committee was concerned whether the bill would duplicate information available under the Extractive Sectors Transparency Measures Act, but recognize their differences in the royalty. Bless you. Royalty payments reported through the ENSMA N.W.T's public accounts were concerned that Bill 29 implicated the mining sector to disclose information not required of other sectors such as quarrying or forestry. The committee recognized even the Bill 29 was intact, the minister would still hold discretion whether to disclose confidential information. The committee was concerned with unknown risks regarding potential breaches of confidential information made available through Bill 29. A clause-by-clause review was held on September 15, 2021. The committee could not reach agreement on how to proceed with the bill. Was recommended to proceed for consideration in the committee, though individual members may have other additional questions and comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for N.W.T. I will now open the floor to general comments on Bill 29. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I would be remiss if I didn't bring forward more details on exactly what the Chamber of Mines, as well as the Mining Association of Canada, what their concerns were with this bill. Some of this may be a bit duplicative of what has already been said, but I think it bears repeating. So it does propose to make changes to 3 pieces of legislation which could have far-reaching negative effects on our mineral investment competitiveness. To the end, the industry members found that the bill was duplicative of other legislation. It proposes unusual sharing of confidential tax information beyond government staff who have the responsibility and the systems to protect business-sensitive financial information. Disconcertingly, this confidential and sensitive information would also be available to business competitors, and it is being proposed before the N.W.T has completed its study on resource royalties and the tax system. And as well, Madam Chair, this does not support the 19th Legislative Assembly's mandate to, quote, increase resource exploration and development and, quote, restore levels of investment, partnership, employment, and growth in the N.W.T's economy. As my colleague mentioned, it is duplicative of the ESTMA legislation, and that is the Extractive Sector Transparency Management Act, where individual mines report what they pay to governments in various taxes, including royalties, which are then posted publicly. This legislation was advanced and supported by the Canadian mining industry, working together with 2 NGOs to become law. In Canada, it is fully consistent with other international financial payment reporting schemes in the United Kingdom and in Europe. These jurisdictions mutually recognize each other's legislation as equivalent. This equivalency recognition allows for a company to report government payments only once and have that report address reporting requirements in multiple jurisdictions, minimizing reporting burden and duplication. ESTMA is fundamentally an anti-corruption tool to determine whether payments made by industry to government match with government reporting of payments received. While not an issue in Canada, these anti-corruption mechanisms have high relevance in other parts of the world where governance is weak and corruption is high. Quebec is the only other Canadian jurisdiction with similar legislation, and it too recognizes legislation in other jurisdictions as equivalent. The extra details that are proposed in this private member's bill are therefore unnecessary, inconsistent with international norms, and they propose many sensitive competitiveness issues for industry and government that are not in the Northwest Territories' best interest. It is the belief of the Chamber of Mines that the disclosures made under ESTMA are sufficient to provide the public with an appreciation for the royalties paid without exposing commercially sensitive aspects of each individual business to competitors or the general public. This is also unusual and inappropriate sharing of sensitive tax information. Mineral resource royalties are essentially a profits tax. They are calculated through a legislated formula that considers various factors that could affect profits positively or negatively, and differentially for one mine compared to another. These include sensitive, confidential information such as market price, but in the case of diamonds, also the efficiency of an individual company's customer supply chains to maximize their own market price. It also considers business losses, capital investments, fuel costs, depreciation and amortization, and the various other taxes that companies must also pay. In the N.W.T, ice road costs, for example, the costs of self-generating power and property taxes, and other costs associated with our acute infrastructure deficit are also some of the unique additional costs incurred by mine operators that are taken into consideration. Current N.W.T. legislation recognizes and respects the need to protect such potentially sensitive business information. For example, under the current Northwest Territories mining regulations and under the upcoming Mineral Resources Act through the Access to Information and Privacy and Protection of Privacy Act. Under current privacy laws, this detailed financial information is limited to the government staff responsible to use it for detailed tax calculations and who are obligated to safeguard it. The current legislation is designed to protect the public interest by requiring companies to follow the law in reporting to government the detailed information required for royalty calculation purposes. If enacted, this bill would unusually allow the release of tax information and sharing of other sensitive information beyond government staff who have the authority and responsibility to audit and assess company confidential information with politicians and Indigenous governments without this responsibility. We say unusually as this is not the norm in other jurisdictions in Canada. This broadening of the distribution of the information to a much larger group of people also substantially increases the likelihood of a breach of confidentiality requirements. As the number of people who have the information increases, the level of confidentiality applied to the information decreases. The type of disclosure proposed under Bill 29 could pose harm to the commercial side of the mineral resource business for companies that mine or may be considering it in the N.W.T. Government regularly protects all businesses and industries with confidentiality of their financial information for tax reporting calculations. Bill 29 is unusually intrusive in proposing that detailed, sensitive information be shared more broadly. It begs the question, would government then ask other mining and related businesses to reveal confidential information related to their profitability? Similarly, our personal tax filings are not available to politicians. We see no added value, and the Chamber does not, in the fact that the added risk in sharing business details beyond those whose jobs and skills and responsibilities are to use this data to calculate royalties and other taxes. It's also noted in the statement from the Chamber that there's unclear intentions, but that the bill is jumping the gun on the GNWT's royalty study. The intentions behind Bill 29 are unclear. If it's to allow politicians to propose different royalty systems, we'd suggest that this is not appropriate. Since we understand that GNWT ITI is currently conducting an in-depth royalty review to look into this issue, that process should be completed to help the standing committees, all MLAs, and the public understand the current system before discussing options to others. And I do recognize that things have advanced since the time that this was shared with us. Again, the Chamber likes to point out that they're not aware of any other Canadian jurisdiction that is requiring such an unusual level of sharing of detailed and frankly sensitive business information as this bill would require. And like I said before, the closest might be Quebec, but that only requires a partial reporting of information from the rock quality to the process plant. So in other words, they do not require any information on processing and sales beyond that. I won't go into any further. I think everybody can understand why this does not support the GNWT mandate, or sorry, this Assembly's mandate to promote and secure our mining sector. I don't think that it's any surprise that I would come out and to not support this bill. I definitely was a member of the committee that was not in agreement with it. For me, all this is doing is giving the minister just another option to say, maybe I'll share it with you. It isn't obligating her to do so, so therefore it just seems to be very redundant and not necessary to me. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I have a little trouble with this bill because I think it's, well, through committee discussion, the department's opposed to it, and it is a discretionary power to the minister, so even if it was in place, absolutely nothing would have changed to my knowledge. The minister's not willing to share that information, and just because she may share it as per the bill, it seems pretty clear that they would not actually share it. So I don't know what it accomplishes. That being said, I guess I just want to, we've spent a lot of time trying to understand royalties. There's essentially one number for royalties in the territory. It's about roughly $20 million in the public accounts. Obviously that fluctuates, I don't know how profitable mines are. And you have to really make a lot of assumptions about that number. First off, you have to know that that is the total amount, then we give the feds half, and then we give half of our half to Indigenous governments. You have to know that it includes Norman Wells. We don't really know how much money we get from Norman Wells, but it is the federal government owns a third of it, so you can go through their reports and generally try to guess how much money we get from Norman Wells oil. There's no other oil, obviously, paying us royalties. And then you can assume really it's 3 diamond mines doing the rest. On occasion, there has been another mine in the territory that has paid royalties, but historically, we know, you can assume something like Snap Lake never paid us any royalties. We don't know how much royalties we got from mines like Con or Giant or Pine Point. We don't have that information. That was federal before devolution. But there is a single line in a federal report that tells you that Giant Mine paid less in royalties than it paid in, its workers paid in income tax. I think about that single line a lot, and I think it would be very helpful that perhaps when one of our diamond mines close, we publish some of these historical royalty numbers that shows how many carats they mined, how profitable they were, how much they paid. I've asked the minister at times, why did royalties all of a sudden get cut in half? And they can't answer that question publicly. They can't say, well, one of the diamond mines had a bad year. That's business information. How confidential any of this is a bit debatable. If it's a publicly traded company, you can buy a stock and you can go see all this information. It's quite available. Companies in exploration actually really like to share this information on how their mines are doing because they want to raise capital. And then, as has been mentioned, there is Estima, so the mines voluntarily report quite a bit of this. The numbers are not quite the same as Estima. So I don't know whether, if this passed, the minister would have gave us anything at all in committee in doing our report. Probably not. I like to think that if this existed and perhaps a mine had closed, long since closed, the company stopped to exist, we would then publish some of that historical royalty information because I find it extremely interesting. I know that during our current royalty review, we are adding a lot, or considering adding a lot more exceptions to royalties, whether they invest capital in the Northwest Territories, whether they have a headquarters in the Northwest Territories. I think if you do that, there's kind of an obligation to say, why did this mine pay zero money in royalties? And to be able to somewhat explain confidentially why the royalties went down. You could say, company X moved their headquarters and invested a lot of capital. That's why there's zero royalty dollars coming in on that line item. Right now, none of that information is available on a confidential basis. I think there are occasions where it would be warranted, and the minister might even appreciate, and the company, in fact. I've found a lot of the mines are quite willing to explain their estimate and why, perhaps you gave an Indigenous government a bunch of cash one year, and then instead their IBA required jobs, so they didn't get any money the next year. They are actually quite willing to explain how and willing to be transparent. And so I think, I don't ever see a minister abusing this, and I hesitate to see a minister even using it, but I think there are definitely cases where we will hold this historical data for the decades to come, and we will do research on our royalties where it would be helpful to be able to share it on a confidential basis. And, at the end of the day, I will support it because of that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any further comments? Can we proceed to, oh, sorry. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I do have some remarks I want to make that I have drafted. I do want to just start by acknowledging the frustration that it has taken a long time, and we are still in the process of completing the Mineral Resource Act regulations. And through that process, without the regulations, of course, this is where we wind up in the situation we are in. And there's a very real chance that at the end of the drafting of the regulations, when the entire process is complete, including royalties, there may well be a process in place by which the kind of disclosure that's made available is even more fulsome than what is contemplated by this bill. Fundamentally, the remarks I want to make really, though, are focused on the process that we are in terms of developing developing those regulations. It's a collaborative process with the Indigenous governments. The ITI has been going through the legislative protocol process with Intergovernmental Council. We were the first department out of the gate to have the opportunity to utilize that process. And it's been time-consuming because it's new. And it was new for everyone. It was new for us. It was new for Indigenous governments. And to do it right certainly has taken some time. and the inability to meet in person during COVID certainly did not help in expediting that work as we were trying to get the process moving and to have these meetings having collaborative meetings, which really did require in-person meetings. So it has taken longer than I would have hoped, and it is frustrating for all involved, and I appreciate it's been frustrating for people who've been waiting for it. And I know the MLAs who sponsored this bill was deeply involved in the Mineral Resources Act last Assembly and had a very keen interest in this work in this Assembly. I recognize also the comments around what the schedule, what the plan, what's coming next. Again, there's been some disruption over this summer, obviously, as to the ability to attend here and put information out. I think the member only quite recently has seen we do have a very comprehensive status update coming out. It will be tabled in this House that does give a very good sense of exactly where we are at, all of the work that has been done, and what is coming next. And indeed, one of the things that is indeed coming next is the discussion of royalties, which includes the opportunity for industry to meet with us, for us, first of all, to meet with Indigenous governments through the process and to ensure that as the regs are developed, that they are developed in a way for royalties that will allow as much transparency as possible. So that's the duplicative nature here to me is really, do we wait for a process that has been underway now for some time, that is deeply involving the Intergovernmental Council, that has now worked out how that Intergovernmental Council work would be done, and allow that to run its course, or carve out this one issue and have a side piece of legislation. So I am asking people to let us keep doing the work we're doing. As to the Petroleum Resources Act, just of note, Mineral Resources Act is the priority. There's not a whole lot happening right now under the Petroleum Resources Act, but ultimately the process for updating that will also go through the Intergovernmental Council legislative process. So in due course, that will also come to. But really, I want to emphasize the concerns that are being raised by and that are being sought to be amended or fixed. The departments and the Intergovernmental Council Technical Working Group who are involved, they're well aware of the desire for more information, the desire to see some sort of change and some sort of greater access to information. But again, it's the idea of letting that process work its way through. As I said, there's actually a chance that the disclosure may be more broad than what's actually contemplated in the bill that's before the House right now. I can't say for sure. What I want to say is, and even I'll go so far as to say in the discussions that have been had to date with industry, they know there's some change coming. And I don't even know that there's any reluctance to see the change. The desire is for that change to happen systemically, for it to happen as part of a total package, for it to happen as part of the process that we've been working through for quite some time now. Although of note, I will say, other jurisdictions that have amended their legislation in this space have taken years as well. So while this is slower than what I would have hoped, it's not necessarily slower than what it might have been anywhere else. And our process is one that will produce, I think, a better piece of legislation and one that the territories can ultimately be proud of. It's going to give us the ability to say that we have something distinct, unique, involving those who are the traditional holders of the lands and all levels of government. So that work is important. And again, I'm asking for that time for that work to be continued and to be concluded. We are committed to a process that is thorough and respectful of the legislative process. There's again some disagreement as to whether or not one can go into a discussion of royalties without sharing the individual royalties of an individual mine. I'm not sure that we will ever see eye to eye on this one, the member and myself, because there's a lot of work that's happening right now. That is the stage that we're at, is to try to be at a place where we can model mines. And in my view, it is not necessary to model a mine that was built and developed under an old regime in order to develop whether or not, or to decide whether or not a new regime is actually better or more appropriate for the circumstances of the North. And therefore, having the individual royalties paid 10 years ago, or 5 years ago, or 3 years ago doesn't necessarily undermine any of the work to be done modeling a theoretical mine that would happen under the new regime of the Northwest Territories or in the current climate or market of the Northwest Territories mineral resource industry. So again, is the information contemplated here in fact even necessary? And again, arguably I'd suggest it's not, to the extent that it's of interest to the sector and of interest to the territory, of interest to legislators, to Indigenous governments. Again, the process we are in right now is seeking to find a path for greater transparency and information. A side example, if you will, we are looking at a process by which Indigenous governments are going to be notified when people are looking to have mineral resource claims on their traditional territories or on their modern treaty landholds. So that is something that we're already doing in the Northwest Territories that is different from elsewhere. That sort of process of what that will look like, the timing, how long they might need to be able to respond, that has been worked through with the IGC. Disclosure of royalties information should go through that same process. What kinds of information will be beneficial? What kind of information will add meaningfully to the conversation? And what should be protected so that we have a sector that feels like this is still a place to invest and that is respectful of their business decisions? So I know I'm running low on time, Madam Chair. It's taking longer than I expected. I suppose my last comment here is really, I want to just note, I want to thank the member for raising the issue repeatedly. I do think it's important when governments and when government officials hear something enough, it does not go away. It doesn't get lost. It's very difficult, in my view, to walk away from an issue that gets this kind of attention, even if the current bill does not pass. It would be very difficult to pretend that the issue wasn't made deeply clear, deeply abundant, and obviously some members may vote for and some members may vote against, but there's clearly been enough interest in this that I would think any future government would be remiss to not take that under consideration as they develop the final regulations that are yet to come, and that I hope will be coming soon. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Tabacha.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will not be supporting the bill because I'm very pro-business, and I know that there has to be processes in place, and I know that the Indigenous government should be part of that process. I have a lot of people who are employed at the mine. We have a large apprenticeship sector in Fort Smith, and I know there has to be more transparency, and hopefully after the next election we will get through some of these other outstanding issues, but I'm very much about making sure that we are open for business, and always have been. I'm happy that our colleague has named some of these things in his bill, but I just want to make sure that you've always known where I stand. And I can't change what I believe in because business has been part of my life, and I know that some of the information, I don't think we're going to share all the information that was given by one of my colleagues that gave the submission, but all we wanted to know is, I guess, just how a lot goes out of the territory. It's concerning sometimes, especially to Indigenous groups, and not shared enough with all people in the territories, and mostly anything that's given, it's usually just, if they're giving donations or anything, it always seems to be to the capital. That's usual. And Peter always reminds me, my husband, that it is the capital. He says, so he's on everybody's side here. But I have to share that with you because we have this little argument every now and then. But I'm very pro-business, and I would not have anybody I wouldn't want everybody to go through my financial stuff. And at some point, it's a big investment. When they come up here to open a mine and the employment that comes with it and the benefits to the community, and we don't get IBAs in Fort Smith just because of where we are, but a lot of our people work there because we have the college, because we have the headquarters of the college. Got to remind that to the Minister of Education. And I just want to make sure that I will not be supporting this bill. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Tabacha. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, just in regards to, I respect the member who brought this forward. I won't support this in regards to everything. I am, like Frida or Ms. Marcellos, I am pro-business and I am open for business. You know it as well as we do. Minister said it herself, traditional lands. And then right now, this is for the mines. And, you know, once I hope our moratorium is lifted and we're able to start doing our stuff, oil and gas, and providing jobs and that for our people and getting healthy again, not in a situation where we're at, I think that we need the federal government, I guess, to lift that moratorium. It's the only time I could really say this, because the minister said it. We're the holders of the traditional lands as inviolate, and that land claim was signed in '84, and we have nothing. The whole territory in regards to our jobs, we got no jobs. We're tourism outfitters now. We're resource rich and cash poor because of that federal government. And but at the end of the day, I can't support this, because it's just it's one thing gonna lead into another, and then next thing you know, this is gonna hold up the process if something's able to go, you know, with for offshore. But we're gonna do it right, and I know the member has a passion for this and holding people accountable, and he does his job thoroughly, and I respect him for that. But I won't be supporting this just because it's gonna roll into everything else in regards to it. And like Frida said, you know, no business wants people poking into their books and what they're making in the bottom line. But at the end of the day, won't be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for N.W.T. Member for Mofway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we have to think about 30 years ago. You know, like prior to 1994, there wasn't too many jobs. Maybe there was a lot of jobs in Delta, but in Klitschko region, we didn't have a lot of jobs until the mining company came. That's where right now we have a lot of our people that are employed, or since the mine opened, we have a lot of our people are working there. They have employed, and currently there's a lot of young people working, and I know there's a lot of young, people that retire, and it really did help a lot of our members, not just from my community, from my regions. It's also helped the South 2 region. It also helped the South Slave regions and other parts of Canada as well too. You know, so and I don't. So with this bill, I think we're making the mining company to jump through all kinds of hoops just so that they can, so we can get more information from them. I have to think about my people. I have to think about the struggles that we are still going through in my regions, that we need more jobs. Young people need more jobs. Young people are looking for jobs. And a lot of them are going into trades like welding. There's all kinds of trades that the mining company supports. And so because of that, I don't think I am going to, I'm not going to support this bill that's coming, that's ahead of us. So I have to think about my people. I have to think about the regions. It's not just our regions. There's other regions that rely on the mining companies, especially in this area, you know. So there's 3 mining companies. So with that in mind, I will not support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Are there any further general comments? Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, when I look at this bill, it you know, it doesn't really require or doesn't require the minister to share any information, because it says that the minister may disclose it, and there's no definitive requirement. For me, the economy is very important in the Northwest Territories, even more so now that we, you know, with what we've been going through in this last few years. We need jobs. We need training. You know, we need opportunities for, you know, for NGOs to to provide support as well to the economy through, maybe upgrading students and that type of thing as well. But, so with this bill, I don't really see it, like I say, I don't see any teeth in it, and I don't see it really doing anything, and except, it'll sit there in the books, like a lot of the legislation that we actually have, and doesn't really make a difference. We have a process, like the minister said, we do have a process that's in place right now that we're going through, and I'd like to let that kind of roll out on it, and see what comes of it. And the future assembly, the members hopefully will have a say in what happens there, and as well as hopefully, with Indigenous governments as well, because they've got, their participation is paramount in anything we do. So. Yeah, I can't support this bill either, just being, on the side of, economic development at this point in the stages that we're in the Northwest Territories. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South. Are there any further general comments? Seeing none, committee, can we proceed? Oh, sorry. Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Speaking to the bill, I also too won't be supporting the bill. As it is already, we have a regulatory process that we all have to go through when mining industry comes up here. I know for sure in my community, the N.W.T, and the community through the Canadian Ford Resolution, we do benefit from the mining industry, from employment to IBAs. Some of these IBAs were just paid out to help put out from this evacuation that just happened, and it's a concern that we're doing that. But at the end of the day, there's got to be a different way to do this. And right now, as it is, I know back in the early days, like my colleague said, that back in 1991, we had high unemployment in our community. We went from 85% in N.W.T to when BHP first got here, and we maximized the benefits of the mining industry, and it created a lot of jobs for us, apprenticeship training, etc. In all the 4 communities and throughout the N.W.T that maximize the benefits of mining. But now to have mining industry to go through hurdles, and we're just going to chase away mining industry now, and for what reason? I think it's important that we really take a look at this whole thing again. But for today, I can't support this bill. Right now, the mining companies like BHP, Diavik, De Beers, they're all on the downturn now. They're going to look at reclaiming and etc. And we need jobs. The young people need jobs. And by putting more barriers in place by this government, it's just going to chase these guys away, and we don't want to do that. So I think that we should really take a look at this, and for now, Madam Chair, I won't be supporting this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Trinidad-Willowday. Are there any further general comments? Seeing none, does committee wish to proceed to a clause-by-clause review of the bill? No. Can I see a show of hands just to... Because I need a majority. Huh? Sorry. Sorry. All those in favor of going to a clause by clause, raise your hands. Show of hands for me. Opposed to going to clause by clause. Show of hands for me. All right. So committee does not agree to proceed to a clause-by-clause review of the bill. Does committee agree that it has concluded consideration of Bill 29? Yes. Thank you, committee. We have concluded consideration of Bill 29. Thank you to the sponsor of the bill and to the witness. Sergeant-at-Arms, please escort the witness from the chamber. Committee, we will now continue with Bill 77. Committee, we've agreed to consider Bill 77, Nursing Professions Act. I will ask the Minister of Health and Services to introduce the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm pleased to be here today to discuss Bill 77, the Nursing Profession Act. The development of this bill has been the result of significant time and effort by the Department of Health and Social Services and would not have been possible without input and contribution from the Registered Nurses Association of the Northwest Territories and Nunavut. I would like to take this opportunity to thank members of the Standing Committee on Social Development for the time they have taken to ensure this bill received a comprehensive review. I also wish to acknowledge the time and effort members of the public took to develop submissions. Madam Chair, the primary purpose of Bill 77 is to repeal the current Nursing Profession Act and replace it with a new act that will establish a single regulatory framework for all nurses in the Northwest Territories. The bill proposes to repeal the Licensed Practical Nurses Act and transfer authority to regulate licensed practical nurses from the Department of Health and Social Services to the Registered Nurses Association of the Northwest Territories and Nunavut. The new bill will establish new nursing designations, scopes of practice and registers, as well as associated requirements for licensed practical nurses as registered nurse authorized prescribers, registered psychiatric nurses, and registered psychiatric nurse authorized prescribers. Registered nurses and nurse practitioners will all continue to be regulated under this Act. The bill further proposes a modernized process for the review of conduct of members. I would be pleased to answer any questions that members here may have.
Thank you, Minister. Would you like to bring witnesses into the chamber?
Sure.
Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses into the chamber. Minister, would you please introduce your witnesses?
Thank you, Madam Chair. On my left is Jessica McGuire, the Assistant Director of Policy, Legislation and Intergovernmental Relations. And on my right is Ian Rennie from the Legislative Division of the Department of Justice.
Welcome. I will now turn to the Chair of the Standing Committee on Social Development, the committee that reviewed the bill, for any opening comments on Bill 77. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Bill 77, Nursing Profession Act, received second reading in the Legislative Assembly on March 28, 2023, and was referred to the Standing Committee on Social Development for review. The Standing Committee held a public hearing with the Minister of Health and Social Services in Yellowknife on May 10, 2023. Through public engagement, stakeholder submissions were received from the Registered Nurses Association of the Northwest Territories and Nunavut, the Canadian Nurses Protective Society, and a practicing N.W.T. registered nurse. Committee expressed concern to the Department about the need for continual training to ensure culturally safe care. Committee also raised further issues for consideration. Committee was concerned about the complaint process, that nurses should be provided notice of the right to receive a copy of the full complaint made against them, and also the appeal mechanism for respondents ordered to pay costs specifically where the Board of Inquiry dismisses the complaint, and committee provided clarity and language on the topic of insurance and protection. These concerns and a French translation correction were addressed through 6 motions at the clause-by-clause review held on May 31st, 2023. The Minister concurred with all motions. I'd like to thank the public for their time to meet with committee and for committee's work on the review of this bill. Individual members may have additional comments or questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I will now open the floor to general comments on Bill 77. Does the committee agree that there is no general comments on Bill 77? Can we proceed to a clause-by-clause review of the bill? Committee, we will defer the bill number and title until after consideration of the clauses. Please turn to page 16 of the bill. Clauses 1 through 10. Does committee agree? Clauses 11 through 20. Does committee agree? Clauses 21 to 30. Does committee agree? Clauses 31 to 40. Does committee agree? Clause 41 to 50. Does committee agree? Clauses 51 to 55. Does committee agree? Clause 56. Minister Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I would like to make a motion to change.
Sorry, Minister, in order to make the motion, you're going to have to return to your seat.
Madam Chair, I'll just wait for the motion to be distributed.
Minister Green.
Thank you. I move that the French version of Bill 77 be amended by striking out par écrit in subclause 56, brackets 1, and substituting en conformité avec les règlements administratifs. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? The motion is carried. Clause 56 is amended. Does committee agree? Thank you. Clause 57 to 60. Does committee agree? Clause 61 to 70. Does committee agree? Clause 71 to 80. Does committee agree? Clause 81 to 90, does committee agree? Clause 91 to 100, does committee agree? Clause 101 to 110, does committee agree? Clause 110 to 121, does committee agree? Clause 121 to 125, does committee agree? Committee to a bill as a whole, does committee agree that Bill 77, Nursing Profession Act, is now ready for third reading? Thank you, committee. Does committee agree that this concludes our consideration of Bill 77, the Nursing Profession Act? Thank you, and thank you, Minister, and thank you to your witnesses. Sergeant-at-Arms, please escort the witnesses from the chamber. Committee has agreed to consider Bill 82, Legal Professions Act. I will ask the Minister of Justice to introduce the bill.
Madam Chair, thank you. I am pleased to be here today to present Bill 82, Legal Profession Act. Bill 82 proposes a repeal and replacement of the current Legal Profession Act, which was passed in 1976 and establishes the Law Society of the Northwest Territories as the body which regulates lawyers in the Northwest Territories. The department has worked in collaboration with the Law Society to bring forward these amendments and appreciates the time and effort contributed by Law Society membership, both with their initial review of the existing Act and with reviewing an engagement draft of the bill. This helped to ensure we were able to bring forward a fulsome new Act that will effectively regulate lawyers in the Northwest Territories. In 2018, a revision committee was established by the executive of the Law Society of the Northwest Territories to consult on the recommended changes to the Act, which had not been extensively reviewed since it was first enacted. The Act as currently written is prescriptive, with many issues governed by the Act rather than the rules of the Law Society. Similar legislation in comparable jurisdictions is often less prescriptive, allowing for greater flexibility in the rules and policies of their law societies. The proposed new Act would address contemporary developments in the legal profession in a manner similar to other Canadian jurisdictions. In addition to addressing errors, inconsistencies, and improving the overall clarity of the Act, proposed changes to the Act generally address the following areas: the purpose and administration of the Society, membership and enrollment, the definition of practice of law, discipline, the assurance fund, trust accounts, and custodianship, and other relevant matters. This concludes my opening remarks. I'd be pleased to answer any questions that members may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister, would you like to bring witnesses into the chamber?
I would.
You, Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses into the chamber. Minister, would you please introduce your witnesses?
Thank you. To my right, I have Mr. Ian Rennie, Legislative Counsel with the Department of Justice, and on my left is Mr. Brad Patzer, Assistant Deputy Minister, Solicitor General.
I will now turn the floor to the chair of the I will now turn to the Chair of Social Development, the committee that reviewed the bill, for any opening comments on Bill 82. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Bill 82, Legal Profession Act, received second reading in the Legislative Assembly on March 30th, 2023, and was referred to the Standing Committee on Social Development for review. The Standing Committee held a public hearing with the Minister of Justice in Yellowknife on May 10th, 2023. Through public engagement, committee received submissions from the Law Society of the Northwest Territories, a private resident, the N.W.T. Métis Nation, and Delaunay-Goutinay government. Committee was concerned around the topics of access to justice, cultural safety training, public access to legal materials, regulating paralegals, and pro bono legal services. Committee was ultimately satisfied, however, that the submissions provided from stakeholders adequately address these concerns. As such, committee did not forward any motions to amend the bill. Standing Committee held the clause-by-clause review of Bill 82 on May 31st, 2023. I would like to thank the public for their time to meet with committee and for committee's work on the review of this bill. Individual members may have additional comments or questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. I will now open the floor to general comments on Bill 82. Are there any general comments? Seeing none, does committee agree that there are no general comments? Can we proceed to a clause-by-clause review of the bill? Committee, we will defer the bill number and title until after consideration of the clauses. We will consider the clauses in groups. Please turn to page 1 of the bill. Clauses 1 through 10, does committee agree? Clauses 11 through 20, does committee agree? Clauses 21 to 30, does committee agree? Clauses 31 to 40, does committee agree? Clauses 41 to 50, does committee agree? Clauses 51 to 60, does committee agree? Clauses 61 to 70, does committee agree? Clauses 71 to 77, does committee agree? Committee, to the bill as a whole, does committee agree that Bill 82, the Legal Profession Act, is now ready for third reading? Thank you, committee. Committee has agreed that Bill 82, Legal Profession Act, is now ready for third reading. Does committee agree that this concludes for consideration of Bill 82, Legal Professions Act. Thank you, Minister, and thank you to your witnesses. Sergeant-at-Arms, please escort the witnesses from the chamber. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. I move that the Chair rise and report progress.
There's a motion on the floor to report progress. The motion is in order and non-debatable. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion is carried. I will now rise and report progress.
May I please have the report of Committee of the Whole. Member for N.W.T.
Mr. Speaker, your committee has been considering Bill 29, Bill 77, and Bill 82, and I would like to report progress with one motion carried that Bill 29 is concluded and that Bill 82 is ready for third reading, and that Bill 77 is ready for third reading as amended. And Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the Committee of the Whole be concurred with.
Thank you, Member for N.W.T. Lakes. Do we have a seconder? Member for Yellowknife Centre. All those in favour? All those opposed? Motion's carried. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Mr. Clerk, orders of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Orders of the day for Thursday, September 28th, 1:30 p.m. Prayer, Minister Statements, Member Statements, Returns to Oral Questions, Oral Question 1548-19-2, Oral Question 1578-19-2. Recognition of visitors in the gallery, Acknowledgements, Oral Questions, Written Questions, Returns to Written Questions, Replies to the Commissioner's Address. Petitions, Reports of Committees on the Review of Bills, Reports of Standing and Special Committees, Tabling of Documents, Notices of Motion, Motions, Notice of Motions for First Reading of Bills, First Reading of Bills, Second Reading of Bills, Bill 64. Consideration in Committee of the Whole of Bills and Other Matters, Bill 23, Committee Report 52, Committee Report 53, Minister Statements 264, Table Documents 681, 973, and 974, Report of Committee of the Whole, Third Reading of Bills, Bills 77 and 82, Orders of the Day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This House stands adjourned until Thursday, September 28th, 2023 at 1:30 p.m.
Order!